Hello audience, this course will cover full Windows 11 training from end user point of view on how to use on a daily basis so that you can become as a more expert level skills can be used and more efficiently you can work on Windows 11. If you are new or already known Windows 10, it's a great match to learn and make use of new skills from this course. Windows 11 is a new version of Windows release from Microsoft in the fall of 2021. From Windows 10 is still being supported and it is still used in the production till Microsoft is going to support till 2025. But Windows 11 is positions to become the standard PC operating system over time. That's where you must have to learn Windows 11 skills. We will start from how to create Windows 11 lab and within this course, and we will go into very detailed from a basic level on storing, organizing, personalizing, and a lot for the working with the applications. All of that stuff we will be learning within this course, and learn also everything that you need to know about Windows 11, that the newest desktop operating system from Microsoft. This is going to be whether you are new to Windows or if you're trying to from Windows 10, this is going to help you a lot in order to upgrade your skills from Windows 10 to Windows 11. That being said, let's begin. Before that, I request you to give a thumbs up if you really like it any point of the time on this course, and also do subscribe so that you could get other courses that I'm currently offering from Microsoft Azure cloud point of view, or Intune, SCCM, modern desktop management, a lot other courses like PowerShell. All of that are full-fledged, full-length courses are currently offering. Please do check out the description or the playlist from my channel if you want more and more information. That being said, let's begin Windows 11.
To create a virtual machine, simply click on left side on your computer. Within the Hyper-V Manager, click on New Virtual Machine. This will give the wizard. Within this, you can type here as Windows 11 and choose the folder name properly. So in my case, I wanted to keep all the Windows 11 virtual machine specific hard disk and the configuration files into a folder structure so that it makes help me in case if I want to delete it, I can simply delete the folder as well as a virtual machine easily. So this makes very helpful for the cleanup. So don't just go for the default options. Instead, choose a folder name where you're going to store it, and then click on next. And make sure that you choose the generation 2, because this is where the UEFI and the secure boot and TPM, all of that options can be enabled if you choose the generation 2. So for Windows 11, make sure you choose the generation 2 and startup memory. So this is a minimum RAM that you wanted to give it. So in my case, I have a virtual machine running with more than 32 GB, so I'm just offering for this virtual machine 8 GB out of 32 GB of my physical memory. So in case if you're having a low in the memory, then choose according to your available memory, and then click on next. And configuring networking, this is where you have to choose whether you want to choose the default switch, or you could actually create here virtual switch manager. So in my case, I have created here virtual machine manager, two different network cards. One would be the external, meaning it actually uses my physical network card, and if that physical network card is connected to the internet, it just connects to the internet. And internal is it's not connected to the anywhere. It's just the within that virtual machines network card only. So in case if you're running with Windows 10 default Hyper-V installation, you might be seeing only default switch, meaning the current network card will be a NATed. Network address translation would be configured automatically so that you get the internet by default. So choose the required one. So in my case, I'm choosing external, meaning this virtual machine gets connected to internet. If you don't see any of these, you could also choose the default switch to get the internet. Okay, click on external in my case, and then this is where again where your hard disk to be stored. So if you see here, it's going to store within this location Windows 11. This is where it's going to store. So in case if you do not want additional folders, simply take out one folder so that everything gets stored into Windows 11. But if you would like to, if you're okay to have a multiple folders, make sure that you know where you're storing Windows hard disk. So in this case, it's a VHDX. Click on next, and then it's going to ask for the installation media. So in my case, I've stored everything here. So I'll just show up this Windows 11 media, which is a January update. So if you're running with the latest media, you might have a different media name, but you could actually get it this media directly from Evolution Center in case if you just want to try it. And post to that, click on finish. This is gonna create the virtual machine every configuration. Now the most important point would be just right click on newly created Windows 11 machine and go to the settings and click on security and make sure that you take the enable TPM. So if you enable this later point, it doesn't work. So make sure you enable the TPM now. So this is going to be TPM 2.0 chip gets installed or will be enabled on the machine. And don't change anything here. Just enable shade TPM. That's a TPM chip, so it's not the shade one. Direct TPM is enabled. In case if you want to assign more processors, you could always do that, and you can adjust the memory, and you could see where this hard disk is getting stored. And if you want to change the media, you could do it, and the network card. All of that stuff can be edited directly from here. So in my case, I'm not going to do any additional changes other than the TPM enabling and the processors to give the more power to this virtual machine. And click on apply, OK, and right click to the virtual machine, connect and start. This is going to start the virtual machine. I'm just maximizing here. So if I press any key, it's going to start the Windows installation.
So when it starts the installation, when we press the button, any key, it actually starts the installation. And this is a normal screen where you can choose the language of the media. If you have a multiple versions and the time zone, all of that, you could actually do it from here. And then click on next. Click on install now to start the installation. And this will bring up a new window with all the editions that are available within this media. So in our case, we have a multiple media. I mean, this is a one media. That means one DVD, which consists of multiple editions. So in our case, we have education edition, enterprise, professional, and within the professional, you have multiple other series like an education for workstation. All of that we have. Now the question comes here, very important this. I might be stretching here to tell this specific thing. Let's say if you have chosen as enterprise, you would definitely get all the benefits of enterprise. But the thing is, this doesn't support online personal accounts, meaning this edition is designed for companies. So you must have to use only company account or local account, but not as your Microsoft account. Let's say I own my for my company or maybe for my PC. I wanted to use my personal account and I wanted to sync all my OneDrive, my desktop settings and my wallpaper, all of that stuff to my OneDrive, which is not possible with Enterprise Edition. So make sure that if you're choosing Enterprise Edition, meaning you are indirectly choosing two options. One would be the either you're going to use the PC to join into domain or work as a local account. Another one would be the online account, which only can work with the online account type would be either school account or college account or university account or whatever the account, or a company's account, not your personal account. That's what I wanted to say here with the Enterprise Edition. Okay. So that's why I wanted to show you here for the professional, because we will be doing some of the things with the professional also. So I would be going with the Windows 11 professional edition so that you could actually experience the
home experience also, with the enterprise experience also. So I'll just click on Windows 11 Pro, click on next, and this is where you get the option. Of course, here you need to just the accept the license terms and conditions, and then you have an option for Windows upgrade or Windows 11. When you choose a Windows 11 upgrade from 10 to upgrade, then what happens is it actually, if you have already built, it gets upgraded. But in case if you choose a custom, meaning you can create your custom partitions to install. If you don't choose any partition, it simply install operating system along with the required partitions would be created. So in my case, there's only one disk. That's why I've chosen that, so that everything gets created for a single drive, which is a C, and the remaining partitions will be created like recovery, all of that partitions. The operating system gets installed with the ready files 1 to 100, and then quickly installing features, updates, boom, then it's going to restart the machine. And once the machine gets restarted, we will have this out-of-box experience. Let's say you bought a new Windows 10 machine from maybe a store, maybe you got a new PC given by your company. This is what the experience which comes. So when you start your Windows for the first time, you'll have this Windows experience. So this is obviously a common, simple to answer these questions. For example, here you could choose your region directly by clicking proper region name and yes, and then followed with the keyboard layout. You could choose the keyboard layout, how it looks like, and then if you would like to add multiple keyboard layouts, you could feel free to add here by choosing add layout, but in my case there's no additional layout necessity, so I'm gonna skip it. And in this screen, basically you would be getting, in case if you're not using cable-based internet, that's RJ45 cable-based internet, and you just have a Wi-Fi, then you must have to choose your Wi-Fi connection, and you might have to enter by prompting the password so that it gets the necessary access to the internet. You'll not be able to set up your Windows 11 computer unless you have a connection to the internet. So with that in mind, let's just skip forward and see this screen. Within the screen, so you will be prompted to enter a computer name. So on this screen you need to give the computer name, otherwise you can skip it, so that it gets randomly a computer name will be assigned. So this cannot have spaces or special characters for a computer name, because this is not supported, the special characters, and you really shouldn't spend too much time here. Definitely don't overthink it, and this is just a unique name of your computer that people will see if they are connecting to your computer over the internet or over the network. Mostly it would be the network, because over the internet we don't distribute the computer names, right? So I will just put it here. For example, computer name as a Paddy, that's my computer name, and then I'll just click on next, and this would actually go to the next screen where I need to choose what type of account to be used to log into this computer. So if I just wait for a few more minutes, it will show up a screen where I need to choose the either Microsoft Online account or a simple local account, which will be used to log into the computer. In fact, I've already explained about the local computer account and the online account, what it is in the other lecture. Please do check out that. But with the most additions of Windows 11, this is the first time that you need to know, you need to use a Microsoft Online account. This is what I said even initially when we are trying to choose a Windows 10 or Windows 11 edition. Very clearly that with the Windows Enterprise Edition you don't see these things. That's a set up a personal account you don't see. Instead, you will only have the online account for work or school based account, meaning in this place you need to actually enter your company's email ID. That's how it's going to work for work or school. But in case if you're choosing this PC as a personal PC, then yeah, you need to choose as a personal use case, right? If it is a work space, work or school base, then you would be choosing this, and you would be entering the email ID and the password of your company's email ID or your school or college or university details here. That will be treated as your logon user ID and password. So every time you need to use that, of course, you do have an option to set a pin instead of every time to enter the user ID and password, which we are going to do it in a couple of minutes. But in my case, I would like to choose this PC for my personal use. So I would simply choose personal use case and click on next. And this is where it will prompt to give you a Microsoft online account. So that's called a Microsoft services to access. For example, Microsoft Office or OneDrive or Edge or anything. These kind of services, anything to do, you need to have something called Microsoft account. So the Microsoft account, if you don't have, you can click on here to create it. Let's say I have a normal email ID, let's say Gmail ID or maybe Yahoo ID, email ID. So I could enter that here and click on try to simply, for example, here I do have a Microsoft account. When it's a Microsoft account, it's Outlook account, okay, but it's not associated or treated as a Microsoft account. So there is a difference between Microsoft account and Outlook account. Outlook owns again from a Microsoft side, right? But the thing is, you need to sign up for online services. So you could even sign up here with my Gmail account or my AOL or maybe Yahoo or whatever the account you have email ID, you could actually use that. But if I try to directly use it, it's not going to work. It says that, hey, you don't have account called Microsoft account. Since you do not have, you can create a one here. So what I'll do is I'll simply click on here, create one. I would be using the same email ID. I would like to show you here. So this is the email ID. Okay, looks like you don't have an account with us. We will create one for using Microsoft account with this email ID. So here, if I enter Gmail or Yahoo account also, it works basically. So click on next. That's gonna prompt to enter the password. So this is the additional password. It's not same as your Gmail or any other account password. So I would be entering here and my first name and all of this stuff. So let's take this as a random. Once I have chosen here the date of birth, all of that, click on next, and this is where the additional security information it will prompt. So I'll just give here additional account. So this is already the same account, so I'll just enter another account called Hotmail account. So this is where it's gonna send the code kind of information. So this is how you could actually create a Microsoft account. So it's gonna just validate in a couple of minutes. So now this is where the pin. So pin is an alternative to your password. So you don't need to enter every time the more complex password. Instead, you can use the pin. This way, the security is more focused to increase your security for accessing any kind of applications. So let's say creating a pin. So here you also have the option for a simple pin. Let's say if I put it like 1 2 3 4, that's a very simple pin, right? So I don't want that to be configured. So in that case, you could include letters and symbols. So this makes the more complex pin. So in my case, I'm just giving a simple pin, not the 1 2 3, but it's again a different 4-digit pin which I'm entering. So this is going to store in my Microsoft account for this pin will be associated with this computer. So I could use to log in to this computer with that pin or with that email account. So all of these are the privacy settings. Make sure that you read it. For example, location. So all the time Microsoft will their applications will request your location information. If you're okay, you can do that. Even finding a computer, very similar to find your iPhone or Google phone. Similar thing, sending the diagnostic information, inking and typing experience, and tailoring experience, and advertisements. So with this, the Google, how they use the Chrome based advertisement, similarly Windows also will use the advertising information will be collected. So this is the privacy concerns, and followed by let's customize your experience. What kind of things you would like to use it here? For example, entertainment. You want to use this device, or gaming, or school, or creativity, business. So all of that you could choose it and say accept it. And this way the required features gets installed or will be enabled based on our selection. This is one other advantage by having the Microsoft Online account. So when you have a Microsoft account, your computer gets backed up to OneDrive. So this is a Microsoft OneDrive, which in this case your desktops, your files, or your My Documents, everything can be stored into OneDrive. If you're okay, you can choose. Otherwise, simply save this to only this PC. But why not by taking the full advantage of OneDrive by going into online account, right? So we would click on next, so that it gets backed up everything to OneDrive. So we'll have the configuration automatically configured with our Microsoft account, and it gets done. So access granted, we are giving you a free trial for Windows for within this the Office applications also as a product key. So just say continue. This gonna gives the 1 TB of my OneDrive in case if I have go through this trial period. Later point it will be charged. So in my case, I don't want to go for it offer, so I'll say simply decline. I'll continue further, but just in case if you're really interested, you could do it. So since I've taken multiple experience like media player or games kind of things, so all these are getting prompted. Not all of these things might not be prompting for you, so I'm just skipping this Xbox experience. Boom, this will take a few minutes to land it to logon page or to the desktop. And this is where the start button you also have here in the left side. You could sign out, sign in, or you could shut down or restart. All of that features are available. Along with that, all the applications you could view from by going here. There's a latest start experience, and the settings, all of that is literally changed a lot, but it gives more good experience for Windows 11 users. And I would like to stop it here, and we'll continue further with other lectures from here on. I hope this lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. If you're setting a Windows 11 computer for the very first time, you need to choose what type of user account you're going to use it. This account is going to define the user ID and the password that you're going to enter every time you sign into your computer. So the first thing would be, what is this user account all about? To understand that, it's actually a security barrier for your computer, so that nobody can use your computer without the user ID and the password. And another reason for having the accounts to sign in, you could set it up multiple accounts on the same computer, so that different people can use the same computer while keeping their files and configuration and other important information as a separate. So most people only have an account, user account, on their computer. Just the one account will be mostly will be used, but multiple accounts also a very good option to have. For example, could be schools or maybe universities, so you might have more than one account can be used. So now let's understand what type of account to be used within this. So coming back to the use cases, there are two different accounts that can be used. Firstly, with starting with the Windows 11, you could actually use a account called online account that's gonna sync up everything with your Microsoft Online account. In case if you do not have that account, you could actually create a one. So this is the account which you could use here, your work or your school account, the same email ID and the password, which will be considered as a Microsoft Online account. So when you use that account, so the same password for your emails will be used. The same password can be used to log into your computer. You may already have your online account, or you may need to set it up one if you don't have. So this account gives an identity on Microsoft Online services. It also gives you access to your outlook.com or your email accounts, and also free cloud storage, which we use as the OneDrive, and accessing many other online services that are offered with your online account. For example, Microsoft Store also can be integrated, and Microsoft Online account is also required to make purchases in Microsoft App Store to use some of features of bundle within the Microsoft Windows 11. And other options would be to set it up the basic user account. So I can choose here as a domain join instead. So what happens is with this, this is a second type of account that can be used in case if you do not have a online account, or you don't want to use an online account, or the computer is not connected to internet. In that situation, you would be using the local account or domain join account. So simply enter here, for example, my username and then the password. So I can simply choose the simple password. If you see here, there's no complex, and it's gonna ask for me to enter a passcode, super security codes, and once you enter this information, it's going to create the account. So you could choose your privacy settings, all of that stuff, and accept it. But in case if I choose as online, all the settings is going to come up automatically for me. So if I choose here as accept, it's going to check up for the setup, and then it will continue. So within this lecture, what we have learned is we learned the two different type of accounts that can be used. One is the local account, other one would be the online account. Just in case if you are using Windows 10 and you are trying to upgrade to Windows 11, you can still continue to sign in into that same account. There's no problem on that part, and it's gonna you can use even multiple user accounts. If you would like to make that, you could use that with a shared computer with other people also. Once you set it up the configuration, it just asks to log in. So by default, there's a first account that we created as a Paddy. I can simply log in with the simple password that I have already configured. That's it. That's how you could use a logon for the local account. So we will be discussing in the next lecture about the first time setup sign-in options with the online configuration along with the PIN. Hi there. In this short lecture, we will be learning about how to sign into Windows 11 computer and shutting it down when you have just finished it. Okay, so in this case, when you start the computer, you will have this kind of screen where either you need to click on somewhere or hit on enter button so that you could enter the user ID. In fact, the user ID already populated, the password to be entered, right? What if you have a multiple users already there? Then it will be in the corner left side. All the account names will be mentioned, and you would be choosing the right account, and later on you would be entering the password or a PIN code. So in this case, we have only one account, online account. So I'll just click on here with the mouse, and automatically it was asking for a PIN code. So the PIN, if whatever the PIN I have chosen to log into this computer, this will allow me to log into the computer. So this really helps us. So in case if it is not asking for the PIN, it might be a password that you need to enter. In case if you forgot the PIN, you could set it here by forgetting. In case your device has a fingerprint scanner, such kind of devices, then it will ask you to scan with a biometric like a face scanner or a fingerprint scanner so that the device can be logged in. That's great. So in this case, it's prompting for me to enter the pin code. So I would just enter my pin code like whatever I know, and then boom, it's gonna log in to the Windows and I get the start button. So if you see here in the center, we have a center. Here the start button was there earlier in Windows 10. It used to be there in the corner side, left side. Now it is in the center. Of course, you can move from right to left by configuring from a task manager, right? From the taskbar settings, in fact, and we will be looking into that in a later point. Post to the sign in, I can start working on this computer, whatever the work I have, so that I could use this computer, right? And just let you know that here the couple of few things like the account specific settings, this is where you can sign out so that once I have finished the work, I can sign out so that other user can log in. If I click on log, let's say I want to grab a cup of coffee and I want to move out of my desk. I would like to make sure that nobody sees or nobody look into my screen or the files, all of that I wanted to secure. Then you would actually lock it like this. Then after that, I need to again come back and enter the passcode to log in so that my session will be restored as it is. It's just a moving away from the desk. In that situation, you would be locking it. And coming back to the right side option, this is where you have the shutdown and restart. So when we talk about the shutdown, if you have finished your entire work, make sure that you close all the open windows in the programs or the applications and shut it down so that the computer goes to the shutdown state. That way, when you want it again reuse, you could start the computer to do the work again by logging in. And when we talk about the restart, it's like restart is it will close all the applications. Once you close the application, it will just cycle the power and again starts the computer back. So restart turns the computer off and then immediately back on again. But before you shut it down or restart, you should close all the applications and the tasks you have open. If you don't, the computer will close them when it is shut it down. But realistically, in fact, I could use here a sleep button. In my case, this is a virtual machine, so I do not get a sleep button. If I switch back to my physical machine, you could see here, I get the option. If I just click on here, I also get the sleep and also hibernate. Hibernate is not the default setting, but you could do the hibernate also. Hibernate is shutting down the computer in the same state so that whatever the applications that you are open, that will stay in that state automatically. And coming back to the sleep is a freezing state. When you click on the sleep basically freezes your computer where you are now and then shuts down most of the system, and it actually keeps in the backend enough running so it remembers where you left off. This is what normally people will do by using the sleep, but if people likes it to completely turn off, then they use the hibernate also, so that the hibernation hibernation state can open up all your middle of applications as it is, but the power will goes down, and this will save the entire configuration as it is. And coming back to the sleep side, just wanted to give you more information in this sleep state. Sleep is for example, if you're trying to do it on a laptop, if you have a laptop lid closed, it actually goes to sleep state. That's a default power configuration was configured or is available within the laptop. So you can literally pick up where you left off by using the sleep or hibernate, both the options. So hibernate is not by default, but you need to configure this from your power settings by running some additional commands. We will look into this later point. I hope now you have a good idea of how to sign in into computer and how to shut it down or just put it into the sleep or hibernate state. And I hope this short lecture is useful for you. Thank you. Hi there, welcome to the new lecture. Within this lecture, we will be learning about Windows 11 interface with the taskbar and Windows within Windows 11. So that being said, let's understand the most important part would be to get familiar with your controls. So when I say controls, when you're trying to work with Windows interface, we need to know some of the controls. So we will start with a row at the bottom. In this case, if you see here, this is the bottom one, and we'll start looking into the first button, which is Windows Start button. So when you click on Start menu, this is the menu which consists of your similar to your Windows 10 Start menu, but it looks little different, right? But it does everything that you would expect from a start menu. So the same thing will be available on the start button. And this is the one place where you can actually launch applications directly from here or access important system controls directly from here. If you right click, you also get the other system controls, which we will be looking into different lectures. But let's also look at when you want to close the menu, just click outside. So if you're opening on the start button, if you want to close this, simply click on the same button or click somewhere else. This will close that menu. You have here on the far right side, just to the beside the date and time, this is called system tray. So this part we call it as a system tray, and you could access some kind of standard system controls that you can easily access from here. If you click on date and time, it actually opens the notification center. This is the notification center, and you could actually look at what kind of notifications are available along with the calendar. This is also where you can manage your notifications. Next to that, I see there are a few icons like here charging button in case if it's a laptop, you would getting this, and also the sound, and if it is a Wi-Fi or maybe a cable connected. In my case, it's a cable connected, so I get this option. Otherwise, I will be getting the Wi-Fi icon and also the Microsoft OneDrive icon. So all of this is coming into the system bar. And now if you look at other icons, you could see here this is a Microsoft Store, and this is an application that could be something called pinned. So if you open up start button, let's say some application, for example calendar, I would like to pin it to taskbar. Simply right click and pin to taskbar. This is gonna come here automatically. This is called pinning, and also I can unpin so that it will go off from this place. And similarly, if I have some of the applications, I would like to pin to start button, the area which we call this is the start button area pinned. You can unpin some of the things, or you could even unpin from a start, and you could automatically pin some of the applications also to the start button. For example, feedback hub, if you want to know pin to start, it comes when you pin it automatically here. This is how you could actually do it. And you also have here navigation like page 1 and page 2 things. So this we just pinned the feedback. It is coming in this case in the second page, right? So these are the things that we could do it in the start button. Apart from this, there are other applications. So we know now these are the applications like Microsoft Edge. This is a browser and this is the store application, and these are other settings which we are going to learn within this lecture. So by using these shortcuts, you could easily launch your applications. After later this course, you are going to customize this. We just talked about a little bit of the customization of application icons, but for now I'm just going to use few of these buttons to launch some of the applications that we are gonna cover within this lecture. So let's say if I want to open up a web browser, I'll simply have to click on Microsoft Edge browser, this is going to come up. If you're doing for the first time, you could accept the regular setup configuration and start browsing. That is gonna actually welcomes you and your browser. Let's go, and browser will be available here automatically for you. Now other things, if I take it, click on other launching application like a file explorer. This is very important here, file explorer. So this is where I can see my files and other stuff, which is very similar to Windows 10 view, but a modern look that you have for your Windows Explorer, which we called as a file explorer in this case. It usually represents a window just like this. You can maximize by dragging, by taking the mouse cursor to anywhere. This is gonna come up here, a double arrow button, so you can expand your window sizes. And if you're not happy, you can go for the maximize. This is gonna put into the full screen mode, and if you click one more time, this will take it to the previous window size. And if you click on the minimize button, this is going to minimize here, and you could also close by clicking on the cross button. And what happens is, if you just click on here, you have an option to move this window to somewhere else. For example, I want to split in my screen to left side of this window, so this comes to the left side, and other window which we just opened, for example, browser, I can put it here, and this also I can split it again to some other part. For example, like this I can put it, and here one more window I could do it. So even I can scroll a little here to expand or something like that. I can do it. So we are going to learn more on this part of moving these things, which is quite new in Windows 11. We would be learning these things in the upcoming lectures, but for now I just given some kind of idea how you can use these things. Let's say sometimes you might have opened multiple applications. For example, in this case I opened two applications. You could see here one browser and the second browser, and you want to close them. You can simply go back here, right click, and close all windows. That will close all the application. Of course, you could always reopen by clicking that application. So that's how you could reopen the application also. Finally, I wanted to mention that every application is different, so they will have different controls. For example, in File Explorer, we see this toolbar up, that's a top with different controls you can activate, which we have. For example, if I just open up this, and you have now the controls as a different options compare with the previous window or previous Windows altogether, right? And if I click on Microsoft Edge, we can see we can switch over to that. Of course, the interface is different here, but again, we have a bunch of controllers up here at the top, but I also want to get into a habit of looking around for menus. So often the menus are represented in Windows or in the modern design with the three dots. So you see here, this is the menu which represents here with the three dots. So when you click on that, that gets the activated and gives you a lot of options that you could do it. Same thing goes in this case for the Windows Explorer also, but you need to make an habit that every application has a different menu options and they look different, and you need to make a habit to explore more and more. For example, here apps, this has another arrow here which represents a different options altogether, right? So we need to interact with the menus with more options that has for a different application, could be a different things. and that we need to understand how it is designed for those application specific controls, which we call it as a menu options. So in other way, I would say interacting with Windows and menus are sort of like using the steering wheel and pedals in a car, and these are your central controls no matter what application you're actually using. I hope the short lecture is useful for you to better understand about Windows interfaces and the options that we have with the taskbar and notification center and Windows options. Thank you for watching this. We'll catch you in the next lecture. Hi there. Welcome to the new lecture. In this lecture, we will be learning about adjusting the system settings. System settings is a tool in Windows where you can set global preferences for the way things work on your computer. And it's something that we will revisit constantly throughout this course. So system settings you'll need to get, for example, by using the system settings, you could go to the taskbar or start menu. All of that stuff can be done. So just click on start button and click on settings, or click on start button and go to all apps. This is where it will be there under sorting. When you sort with the AS, you'll have the settings, but most of the cases, in fact, system settings will be directly pinned on your start menu. So click on settings. This will open up your settings, and you can see here lot of categories are available in the left side, and each of these categories has more and more options in the right side, and each of them have a sub information. Let's say if I want to go back, I can click on system. I can go to the system, or sound, I can adjust the sound. If you have a multiple mics, you could adjust your mic settings, all of that stuff. Right. So now what I'm going to do is, I'm not going through all of these subcategories, but we can see how the settings tool works basically. And by looking into a few of the most common and useful settings, we will be looking to it. And if you see, as we start with this system, this is the first category, and you can select this category here in the left side. This is where and then you'll see the subcategories here, or the main part of the window. So this is the main window. Here you would see all the subcategories, and let's say if I go with the display as a subcategory, I have other options here. And this is where you could change the resolution, graphics, specific, all of that stuff. You could actually do it. And if I want to go back to maybe a sound, I can do some kind of adjustment with my sound system. And there is another important subcategory that we could talk about, would be the your computer's power and battery specific. Let's say if I don't know where to go, I could simply click on search here as a power and battery. In fact, it's there already in a system, but just in case, if you don't know where is that setting, you can simply click on by typing here, by searching power, and then it will give you all the options. So in our case, in fact, under system, you have here power and battery. This is one additional common thing that you want to do it. And as you could see within the power, since this is a laptop machine where I could actually adjust my sleep time, let's say I can turn off on a battery if the machine is so and so minutes or idle. So I could do these kind of configuration here. So if you're using the laptop, you'll see definitely these kind of additional settings, but if you're directly connected with your desktop or PC, then you don't see much settings with respect to the power settings for the sleep and other things, right? You could adjust your network for your Wi-Fi and other settings, and personalization is the key here. For example, you could change your background and all of this stuff, and also the colors. For example, this is the color state. For example, you could go for a dog theme, so it's going to change the entire thing into the dog. Or you could choose your own thing, or the light with a blue color instead of the blue you want, maybe a red or orange. You could actually choose the one which you wanted, or you could even select your automatic color options. And if I just want to go back, I can always click on here, personalization, so that it goes back. And you could change a lot of things under personalization. We will have it definitely a dedicated lecture on these personal settings. And applications is the default application. Let's say if you install Chrome in this machine, in fact it's a Microsoft Edge browser was there, and in case if you want to change that, you could actually do the configuration directly from the apps and features option, or the default options for your apps. And also you have other options, like in this case, for example, default app for maybe HTML file type. In this case, if it is let's take this movies and TVs, or dot extension of 3GP, which is again a movie format. You could use the VLC player extension by changing this to another default extensions. So you could do a lot of things with the default options. Similarly, if you would like to add some other accounts, you can always add up here. You could set up your family account or additional account, and you could change your time and date and region just in case if you want to change anything. And also gaming experience for the Xbox specific bar, you could do it. Accessibility, let's say I want my text size should be more like these, you could do it. So in fact I have done that change also, so that you are actually able to see this bigger text. And privacy information, you could verify. For example, location can be accessed by what other applications. Let's say I don't want a location to be accessed by any other application, then I would simply turn it off. So that kind of privacy settings I can perform it. And coming back to the Windows Update, we do have a dedicated lecture on that, but just in case if you're trying to do it, you can always check for all the time for Windows Update, and then download and install. So this is gonna download all the important updates automatically, and it's gonna install it. In case if you see any of the error, it's gonna show what is the error and why that error happened. And you could even pause, and you can do all kind of Windows Update specific actions can be performed within the Windows Update category. And just in case if you want to go back, you could go to the system and do a lot of other settings, right? So this is a new experience altogether for Windows 11 settings. So that concludes this short lecture on how to navigate to the system settings and other configuration that you could do it within the system settings. So whatever the actions or the settings that you are going to configure, this is going to be global, so you don't need to do it again and again, and these settings remains all the time active for you. I just wanted to give you, before I close this video, a shortcut key. So all you can do is hold your control key, that's a Windows key, and press I button. That's going to open up this system settings as a shortcut. I hope you can easily remember this. One more time, Windows key with I, that's going to open up the system settings. There are multiple ways you could do it, actually opening the as a shortcut. For example, I could hold Windows key and then do X, so Windows X, then a right click will open up, and then I could choose your system. So that's another way also. So there could be a lot of options that you could do it, but good to know always knowing some kind of a shortcut. So all the time try to open Windows system settings with Windows I. That's a shortcut key. I hope this shortcut and this lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. We will catch you in the next lecture. We'll also explore more options. Let's say if you have a Bluetooth device
or maybe wireless accessories to connect it, how would you do that for your Windows device? So for that, you can open your settings. As I said, the shortcut would be the Windows and I button, which will open the settings of the system, and then click on Bluetooth and devices, and then you can configure here the required devices. Let's say I could use here maybe a device called sound card device or display device, or maybe even I can generate and add a Bluetooth device here by clicking on add, and you can choose the wireless display or anything else like Xbox wireless adapter or anything you would be adding directly for the Bluetooth specific area. And when we talk about mouse or trackpad specific options, you also have an option. The mouse will have a left click and right click. So when you click on a left, that's something called a selection or giving a confirmation, and when you right click, you actually get the properties of that specific action. Let's say if I click on start button with a right click, I get a different menu, and if I click on desktop with a right click, I get different options, and I could see more options by clicking on show more options. This is going to show you more detailed information, which is quite new in Windows 11. And when we also look at the quick settings, so if we look at the most of the settings that we can do it directly from the settings option, right? That's what the categories, you have a couple of categories here, for example Bluetooth, personalization and apps, all of that stuff, right? That's good, interesting. But how about a shortcut with a shortcut base that's nothing but the quick settings panel? So you see here in the right side you have an option for the quick settings panel. In this case here, if you just click here, you have here an option with the three of them are settings were showing. So this is nothing but we call it as a quick settings panel. So you can directly edit and you can drag and drop. Let's say I don't want aeroplane mode example, I can simply take out this pin and I want something else, so I can simply add here, for example projector can be added, or maybe casting or keyboard layout. I can simply add this, and once I have set this, in fact even I do the drag and drop options in my own order, and then I can click on OK, so that these settings gets added here. So this is nothing but quick settings panel, and you have the options here with the quick settings panel. So make sure you would also check out this. And most another important point would be, so let's say if I want you to go for sound specific configuration, I do have here an option, but what if I want you to go there and do some changes? So if you just click on that more options, it directly takes to the main settings area. So you have an option to configure in such a way. So it's most useful one. That's why we call it as a quick settings panel. Let's also try to remember a keyboard shortcut. So when we talk about a keyboard shortcut, we know as of now Windows with I button, which will open the settings. But how about opening a quick settings panel? So to open the quick settings panel, you can simply click on your keyboard, press Windows button and press A by holding Windows key with A button. That will open quickly your quick settings panel, and you could do the required configuration here. So how about this trick? This is very easy to remember, right friends? Let's talk about keyboard commands. We know keyboard shortcuts, but these are actions that you can trigger by using a very few keys. By pressing them on your keyboard, you can open up or you can perform some kind of actions automatically instead of you perform from mouse clicks. A couple of mouse clicks might take it, but instead you could use simple shortcuts. For example, to open the Windows settings, simply you can press Windows key on your keyboard and press I. That's gonna open up your Windows system settings. And similarly for the quick settings panel, you can press Control Windows key with N, that's going to open up the notifications, and also press Windows A, that's going to open up the quick settings panel. So these are the three of the keyboard shortcuts that we have already learned so far. How about other keyboard shortcuts? Maybe Control C for copying a text, or Control V for pasting the text, or performing undo between the text. So these are the common shortcuts that we have within Windows 11 and other Windows operating systems, right? So having a web link that you could check out for almost all the operating systems that is covered, currently supported operating systems. At least you see here for Windows 11 you have a couple of categorized shortcuts are available. For example, copy paste, you could use the Control C for cutting, and if you just want to copy, use a Control C, and for pasting, Control V, and also Control Z, which would take the undo action. Alt tab. So you have multiple options here to perform it, right? And a couple of the important, or I would say, I feel that these are very interesting shortcuts that we could talk about here. For example, Windows logo key, where we could play with the Windows logo key on your keyboard. With that you could play a lot of things. Like Control A we have already covered, like a Windows key with A we have covered as a quick settings, and also for B for taskbar corner, it's going to the corner, and C for opening directly Microsoft Teams, a new chart window. And like this, a lot of things like File Explorer, always we normally use this one of the shortcut like Windows key with E, that's gonna open up your File Explorer. And also we would look into other settings. For example, here to minimize everything we use Windows key with M to minimize everything. Again, if you use the same key, it's gonna open up also with the N, it's gonna open up the notification. And to restore, you could use the Windows key Shift and M, that's gonna open up all the minimized windows automatically for you. And like this, you have a multiple things. Best suggestion would be you to look into this. One other very important and easiest one, we should remember definitely this one. Use your Windows key with a pause button on your keyboard, which will open up the complete operating system or the system details. This is nothing but the device name, CPU power, and then above cores and RAM, all of that stuff will come up here. So this is an easy and very meaningful shortcuts which can be found within this. So my friends, please do check out here this article, which is available in the resource section also. Once you visit this shortcut key web page, this is gonna let you know lot other keys that can be easily learned yourself. I hope this shortcuts URL is useful for you. Thank you.
To connect to internet, you need to open up your quick connection center. In this case, you could press Windows key by holding press E. That's going to open up this shortcut. Or you could actually click on here 3 icons, that's going to open up this shortcut. And you could see here a couple of things like Wi-Fi connection in case if you have a Wi-Fi, and then you would see here all the other networks that are available. I can simply connect by choosing the correct Wi-Fi connection. In this case, I can connect by entering the required credentials. And when it comes to other settings, if you do not have internet, so you would get it here as a globe icon as not have internet. In my case, I do have internet and it's connected with LAN cable. So how would I see? You could actually go with more settings. That's going to open up the specific settings for network and the internet, and you could see here this is connected to my Wi-Fi network, as well as I can check out other settings like LAN cable is connected, where I have a globe icon, so which is connected to internet, and I can see here the amount of the data which is transferred. And if I want to perform any kind of actions to my connection, I can always perform here the required settings directly for my network card. One other important configuration would be configuring aeroplane mode. So this configuration also can be done directly from here. For example, if you click on here, everything gets as the aeroplane mode, meaning all the connection will close off, so no Wi-Fi, all of that stuff. But in case if you want to connect in the aeroplane mode also, Wi-Fi, you could always connect it. So that way it's still in an airplane mode, so that the notification doesn't come up, but Wi-Fi is connected. So you have an option to choose what to be enabled, what not to be enabled. So in this case, I want to take out airplane mode. I can do this. This way my notifications, all other calendar alerts, or all other stuff will be shown on my Windows machine. Obviously, this entire configuration only can be performed in case if you have internet access and you have a cable or Wi-Fi connection, which is allows you to connect it or to use it legally. Otherwise, you cannot configure these settings. And you also have an option for VPN configuration. Let's say in case if you have any kind of VPN connections, you could use here so that it connects to your virtual private network or your office networks or directly from here. You can also do the mobile hotspot by sharing your laptop's internet to another computer or another phone or something like that. You could do it directly from here, just like your phone. You could also share the internet with other devices. Let's say in case if you have any proxy configurations to be configured, you can do it here by setting up a script or proxy server. You could enter the proxy server name and the IP address and the port number, so that the internet will route throughout your proxy or your firewall configuration. That way you're getting the internet. So this is where you could do that configuration also for the proxy specific. And also if you want to perform any kind of additional or advanced network configuration, you could always do that. In my case, if you see here, I have a couple of network cards and Wi-Fi connection. So this is a physical machine which I'm showing. So I might have other settings in case if I want to reset all the networking configuration to your factory settings, I could do that. I hope it's useful for you to configure the network and the internet configurations for you, and we'll continue with the next lecture. Hi there. Now let's have a look on Windows updating. Microsoft is constantly fixing their product issues or bugs, and they're making improvements to Windows 11 or Windows 10 operating system, and they're making those changes available as a free updates. That's what we call as updates, and we wanted to get those updates and those fixes so that the machine can be more secure. So you can click on Start button and point to Settings and a category called Windows Updates. So when you click on Check for Updates, you'll having here a button called Check for Updates. That's gonna check for updates, and in case if you have any updates are pending, that's gonna download and it will be start installing. In this case, it has actually automatically downloaded and it is pending for reboot, meaning it has installed, but after the reboot some of the updates gets installed and some of them first installs and wait for a reboot. In this case, it's just pending for a restart. This update got installed as a cumulative update, but it's pending for a restart, and post to the restart only these updates gets installed. That's how it's there. And this has got failed. The reason could be mostly with the 007 40i2. So with this error, after the reboot, if we could give a try, it gets installed. And this entire steps are fully automated. You could use your WCS server or maybe a CCM or Microsoft Intune to take over all these Windows update in your enterprise deployment. But in students are for your personal use, you must have to do it on your own. But again, this steps also fully automated based on the advanced options which is gonna locate your all the configuration options are fully automatic. And additional thing would be, if you want to pause it, you can always pause it by clicking here for a specific period of time. And Microsoft also releases some of the feature updates, so that will stay as the additional component, so you could use it if it is available as the feature update for Windows 11. And also you could join into the Windows Insider program so that the latest builds will be deployed to your machine, and so that you could try out new features that are getting developed within the Microsoft, and that can be tested on your machine. Of course, if something goes wrong with that, definitely it's going to corrupt your system. So that's why we always have to take the backup before we do Windows Update. That's a recommended configuration. Now let's also have a look on update history. This is going to talk about what happened and whether it is a failed or success. If so, what is that update? It was successful. You would be getting under update history. And let's actually restart this machine because it's pending for a restart. Once it is restarted, we would now when we look at one more time post the reboot by opening the settings and going to the Windows Update. This time a couple of updates already installed and some of them are pending to install. So now if you see earlier there could be no more updates, now we have an option to install post to the reboot. So I can either choose them for a pausing option for a week or a month or more than that, or I could choose to click on install now, so that it's going to install because it's already downloaded and it's going to install. So post to that I'll get the update history here. This is how I can find out whether it's successful or failed. All of that stuff I can find out with the Windows updates. And in case if you have more and more computers, you could actually use something called delivery optimization or DEVO option, which will be saving your bandwidth limitation. For that you no need to do anything additional configuration. All you have to do is just the enable. So by default it will be enabling, but you could configure additional configuration so that your lab machines or your office machines or within your home, if you have a multiple machines, it just downloads one time, and within the within that same update will be shared with other computers, so that you are going to save that bandwidth, and you can find out that metering information into the delivery optimization reports point of view. And we also talked about the feature and quality or driver updates. So this is gonna give you any kind of additional updates that are available or released by Microsoft for Windows 11. In that situation it will be shown here. Let's see, they could be after 1 year there's an all set of new features. Windows 11 has been released with a new build, then you could actually get it here as a feature update, and you could look into that feature update section. And these feature updates are not automated. You must have to install manually. In fact, this can be fully controlled with group policies as well as with the SCCM and WSGS and Microsoft Intune configuration as the point of configuration for your enterprise devices. We can check for other updates. So if there are some kind of an updates, it's gonna show you. If you did not have any updates, meaning it has installed all the updates that are required here, and we could see the update history. And coming back to the advanced configuration within the Windows updates would be, if you just go to the advanced configuration, you have something called active hours, which will automatically determine, or you could configure here from what time to what time the end user is working. Let's say if I'm working from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., that's what that's what the time it's not gonna install any kind of updates. So it's not gonna disturb me. It will give the entire that specific window or active hour window for my productivity. So post to that, it will start automatically installing the updates and downloading in the backend, and it will prompt for reboot also. So you could adjust if you want manually, or you could do it automatically. So this automatically is a good option because it will discover during what time the user is active, all of that stuff. Based on that, it's gonna adjust for you. And these configuration, pretty much every configuration that you see in the Windows update can be fully configured with the help of group policies or Microsoft Intune or SCCM, so that you could manage your enterprise devices. I hope the short lecture is useful for you. We'll catch you in the next lecture with a different topic. Hi there. In the short lecture, we will try to learn about how to launch applications from Start button as well as from Taskbar. So we know that this is the Start button where you have the first page, and you also have the second page. This is what we learned. So if any of the applications are not listed as a pinned item, you can always click on all apps and then click on the application that you wanted to launch. For example, I want to launch Paint, so I can do it directly here. And in case if this application, for example, Edge browser, it's launched because it is actually pinned to the taskbar. So these are the two methods that you could use to launch the applications. Sometimes few of the applications might need a special permissions as a privacy concern. For example, if I start Maps, it might be launching by requesting my current location. So if I just maximize this, so it has just launched it. And if I would like to click on my current location, it says that, hey, location, if you remember, we have during the privacy concern, we have not enabled the location services, right? In case if I just start it, my location will be known to the machine. So I can simply click on this. So it's gonna it's not allowed, so I could actually allow location for the maps. So let's say I can choose here for the maps. So something like that you could always currently use, so I can get the real information directly, right? So these are the things that you could actually do it directly by opening the applications, and these things will be special permissions might need it to open the application. So these are the some key concepts that you must be aware. Otherwise, sometimes those applications which are designed, if you clicked as not to grant the permission, then it might not work. For example, same thing goes for mic permission. So in case if you do not grant a permission for the phone, then calling a phone or mic, it might not work that specific application properly. So you need to grant some special permissions that are really needed to work full-fledged the application. Let's try to understand how to quit the applications also. Now we know how to launch the application from Start button directly from here. Now it's time for us to close the applications. Let's say I try to open Edge, and if I try to minimize, how would I know that the application is in open state? Can you guess? It's so easy. So if you see here, there's in a bar, small line just beside that respected application. So in this case, Explorer has a bar here, and also Chrome or the Microsoft Edge browser, and Paint and command window. So when you see the small line, the underscore line, this indicates that the applications are open state. Let's say if I just open up this, I could close. When I close this, the line goes off. You see, there's no line now. And same thing for Chrome also, and Chrome also coming a little shadow here with the two different windows. And of course it will be showing here if you just click on here, but just notice from this way, it's easy. And you could actually close directly from here, or you could actually, if you see the line is gone, what you could do is you could also click on X mark to close the application. Same thing goes for other applications also that you wanted to close it. Now we would like to talk about if there's some specific application that is not responding at all, then how could you close it? It happens sometimes, right? Some of the applications gets just freezed and we would like to close that. Let's say I want this command window and I wanted this to be closed because it's not responding, example. So to do that, what I can do is click on start button, and that's by right click, not the left click. So when you click on the right click, you get the properties, you get more settings, more options to perform, right? So within that, you have something called task manager. So the task manager indicates the open applications. If you see here, there are a couple of things that are in open state, like underscore, the line indicates that Microsoft Paint, and also the command window and also task manager. So these are the three things that are in open state. And let's say if this application got freezed out, you wanted to close that application forcefully, you could do that by ending task. So what happens is it actually in the back end, it if you just expand more to view, it actually goes to if you just go to the task and right click and end task, that way it actually closes the applications. So this indicates the applications, these are the background processes that are running. So in this case we could close one more time. So now that's also gone, and finally we could close the task manager. This way the entire applications are closed forcefully. Now we know that how to open application and how to close the applications. Hi there, let's try to understand how to customize the start menu and taskbar and get a great experience. Okay, that being said, let's jump into the short lecture. Launching applications is much more efficient when you customize them in the taskbar or in the start menu to show the application that you use most often. So let's see how to get that set. I wanted to start by going into the start menu as a first, and then how to customize this I would like to explain later point. We'll go into the taskbar. So that being said, for the first thing, if you have your multiple application in the start, you could actually scroll up and down with your scroll button, or you could click here to scroll up and down to see what are the applications got pinned in. So pinned applications is a quick handy to it will be there on frequently used applications. You can pin it so that you no need to go to entire app list to scroll and open up some kind of weather. Instead you could actually pin it. So when you click on pin here, pin to start, this is gonna come up on the start button. You see here it will be in this pin, but if you see here I have two pages or the two scrolls, and this is coming in the last. If I want this should be top, I can simply drag and I can place it wherever I want, like the first page, first icon, second icon, I can drag and drop. And also the unnecessary applications, you can always unpin them. For example, I don't want Facebook, so I can either unpin, or if I don't want, I can actually, for example, Spotify, I don't want to use it, so I can uninstall them from here. So when I do uninstall, it actually goes even from my screen, and I can make more attractive or more productive with the start button. So if I want any other application to be pinned, I can simply go there and simply right click and click on start to pin, for example Microsoft Teams, and come back here and see here pinning here these things I don't want, so I can simply unpin them. Mail, for example, I need tips, I don't need it, so I can unpin. Movies, I can unpin, and a couple of other applications also I can unpin them. For example, in this case the photos I don't want, and the office I don't want, or games, like these things can be unpinned. This way it will be more clean, and it's easy to work with your start button.
You can also pin the required things to your taskbar. For example, I can pin to taskbar so that the mail application will be available here. And in any case, if I don't want this application, I can always right click here to unpin from taskbar so that it goes, but it doesn't uninstall. It will stay on my applications list here. You see here, the mail application will be there. It just disappear from here. And if you see, there are few things like widgets, and also the Teams kind of applications are fully customized, and these comes by default. If you would like to customize further, you can always right click and simply unpin them. And if you want more further customization, you can always click on taskbar settings and go to personalization, and you have your taskbar. So this is where you could do the customization. For example, I don't want this Microsoft chat which comes as a built-in. You can toggle this button to offside so that it will go off. And similarly, if you don't want search, you can click on this. And the task views will help you out quickly to jump into different desktops if you would like to. So within the same desktop, you have multiple desktops. You can have, these are the virtual kind of desktops. You can segregate these desktops, and you can take the advantage of that. If you want, you can take it out. And if you look at here, these are the widgets that you want to whether you want to keep them or you want to take it out. It is possible with this widgets. So when you take out, all the widgets will go off from here. So this is how you could actually customize your taskbar. In case if you want to go back, always you can go back to the personalization. And last but not least, so if you see taskbar, you want start button to be corner of the left side. You could achieve that by going here. Instead of the taskbar alignment, instead of the center, you can put it to the left side. But unfortunately, you can't put it to the right. So that's not possible. So you could choose the options that you wanted. And also taskbar can be automatically hide. In case if you want to choose this button, it automatically hides that. And whenever cursor goes here, it automatically comes back this taskbar. And these are the things that we can talk about the personalization with respect to the personalization settings for start button as well as the taskbar. I hope this short lecture is useful for you. Thank you. Hi there. In this short lecture, we will try to understand about multitasking to switch between applications. As we know, we can open applications from a start button or from opening from a pinned icons. So within the start button, we also have a pinning option, or we can list all the applications directly from here to open any kind of application. Let's say if I want to open an application called Notepad, I can simply open, and I could also close this. Now, what exactly multitasking? So multitasking is example. So there's an application called Notepad is already open and Paint also open. But the difference between these two applications, the one which is on the top, which is an active one, which has the little line, bar line as an extra compared with others, that becomes as active, meaning I'm actually working on this, right? So if I want to minimize this, or I want to bring another application as active, for example in this case Notepad, I can simply click on here so that this becomes as the active, you could see, and I'm currently working on this. So this way you can switch between the applications. If you have more than one window open within one application, the taskbar will behave a little bit different, because we know now what is active here with the more option. Let's say if I open Microsoft Edge with one more edge by clicking on these three dots, new window, now this behaves as little different. So if I just move the mouse cursor here, it's actually showing between two different pages. So if you see here, this is a different page and this is a different window altogether. But within the same application, you do have different windows are available, and you could switch it based on your requirement. For example, this might be browsing booking.com, this might be browsing magazines. So you could actually switch between within this application. There is a keyboard command that can be used by pressing Alt and Tab that actually helps you to move to the whatever the window you wanted. Simply I can press Alt Tab to view different windows. So this is something called, you can toggle between your windows by pressing Alt key and Tab, and that would take it to the required active window. Let's say this has now become as active, and if I leave Alt key and Tab key, it just becomes as active for that moment. This is really quick. In case if you would like to give it a try, press Alt key and Tab so that you can switch back to different windows. You just have to press the Tab, keep on pressing the Tab to change the windows by holding Alt key in your keyboard. Let's also say if you want to maximize this, you can simply open that application and click on maximize. This way it becomes as into the full screen. There is another way of doing the same thing to become as a full screen. Just click on anywhere on the application by holding and simply move it to the top, and then release the cursor when it is in this stage. If you see here, it just coming to the full screen automatically. And if you just drag to by holding the mouse key from the left, it becomes as a normal size of the. Let's understand a new feature, a cool feature called Snap Assist within Windows 11. So if you go to any of the application, if you have a maximize button, if you just hold a key there for a couple of seconds, the mouse cursor, you have an option to choose the required screen. For example, I can choose here a nice split screen view called quadrant. So in this case, I want this application to be the downside. I can do that. Now you see here other part, I can choose this booking.com, and here I might be interested in a paint application, and here maybe a file explorer, so that I can view in all in one screen with a nice splitted view for my applications. So this is a cool thing really, and this was actually introduced with the Windows 11 as one of the new feature. And when you actually move any of these applications, it actually changes the view, and you also have the option to again set it back. For example, half of the screen can be viewed in this way, so that side by side you could read or you could write it on your application. So it's a nice thing with a split screen option. So this is called Snap Assist. I hope you got to know now the core functionality of multitasking in Windows 11, so you can enjoy the freedom of running several applications at the same time. I'll catch you in the next short lectures. Hi there. In the short lecture, we will try to understand about multiple workspaces or managing multiple workspaces with multiple desktops. Yes, within Windows 11, you have a multiple desktop option. So if you just take your mouse cursor to this specific icon, this is where you have a multiple desktops feature. So here you could have a different workspaces. Let's say now on my screen, now I have a multiple applications like a calculator, file explorer, the Chromium based Edge browser, and the paint kind of applications. What I can do is, instead of I work on this screen, I can move some of these applications that are in open state to a new desktop. So all I have to do is just click on this one time, and then move this specific icon. For example, in this case paint, if I want, I can simply right click on the paint and move to new desktop. So this becomes as the desktop 2. Similarly, if I want to move my Microsoft Edge browser, I can simply right click on that, move to either desktop 2 or
to the new desktop. So let me move to the new desktop, and that way what happened is in the first desktop I have almost 5 different applications, right? So I wanted the settings should go to a new desktop altogether, so this becomes a third one. And also I want notepad should go to third one because I'm working on a notepad. Let's say I can keep these 3 things on my desktop 1, and I can simply click on OK. So if you see here on my desktop 1, I have 2 applications, open state along with this Microsoft Teams also. So total 3 applications are in open state. And if I go back to other desktop, that's desktop 2, I have 2 more applications are working fine here. So I can work here. When I want to go back for other windows, I can simply go back to the required state. So in this case, the settings and notepad is already there in the desktop 3, so that you could work in different workspaces with multiple different applications. So this is a quite new and easy feature. In case if you just want to use any kind of Windows shortcuts, you can hold the you could use switch between these left side or right side with the help of arrow keys on your keyboard by pressing Windows key along with the control key. So you just have to press the control and Windows key along with the left side. If you want to go, just press the left side arrow, and then if you want to move to the right side, press right arrow, so that it just moves left and right. Or if you press one more time to the right, it moves to the third desktop. This is how you could use the shortcut keys. And in case if you don't want this desktop, you can simply close this so that the desktop open applications move to the next screen. And if you just close this also moves to the first screen where you have all these applications are in open state. So we're not just closing, it's just the segregation, so that the workspace looks very clean and neat, and you could use this feature to work different open windows on your workspace. That way it makes easy for you when you're trying to work for multitasking or managing your open windows in an easy way. Hi there, in this lecture we will learn about widgets. What exactly widgets? Widgets are a small piece of software that can help you to fulfill whatever the task that you want to do it throughout your day. So it's a single task focused one. For example, this is a separate widget which is going to focus on a weather, and this widget will focus on the stocks that are there. And this is going to be a photos from my mobile, and this widget is a different for focusing on a sports, and the rest of the things which are actually coming from my Microsoft Online account. And by the way, if you would like to work with the widgets, you need to have the Microsoft account so that you could do it. And these widgets by default may or may not be available, but in case if it is not available, you can always go to your settings and then go to widgets to configure them. So in my case, I can go to personalization and just click on taskbar and go to widgets. And if you turn off, the widgets will not be available from your left side. In case if you turn on, these widgets will come up. So for customization thing, so you could do the customization by clicking here for a smaller or bigger widget size. And also if you do not want, for example, this widget, in this case you can simply take out by clicking on remove widget. And if you want to add some other them, you could actually add it, for example, to-do list or a traffic or gaming or tips. All these things you could actually add it because these things are coming from your Microsoft Online account. This way, this widgets, since it's a piece of small software, that's going to help you in a single task throughout your day. For example, in this case, to-do list, it's going to help you throughout day. Similarly, here the weather and the full forecast can help you out. You do have the drag and drop option to change them
from one side to another side so that you can rearrange them based on your order that you would like to have it. And you could also resize it small or medium or bigger size. So you have all these options within the widgets. And one other important information with related to the widgets, whatever you see here, these are actually directly you have added. But if you see some kind of news and other information which is coming as a widget format is nothing to do with your configuration, right? But it's still coming. So you could actually do further level of customization for these from your Microsoft Online account by clicking add widgets, and see here you do have here personalize your interest. So when you configure this personalization, you could do additional level of widgets can be configured. For example, if I'm more interested in a US specific politics, such things I could configure so that that experience specific widgets will be coming to my news or gaming or money, that's stock specific. All of that will be coming up. So if you see here the followed interest, for example, at this point of time there are two things which I'm currently following, and other things if I don't want I can check it out or I can select them. This is how I could do for the level of customizations. And these customizations are with respect to my interest, meaning it's just to my account, not to anyone. I hope you now understand about widgets, and you could focus your entire day based on your interest on widgets by adding that small piece of software which can help you out in other way, right? For example, the weather, you could just simply look at here, for example, Canada. You could simply Canton, and you would be getting that weather forecast. Hi there. In the short lecture, we will try to learn about how to browse within Windows 11 for the files and folders. So that being said, most of people will store documents and pictures and other type of files on the storage drive on their computer, and like a filing cabinet you might have in your office. File Explorer is a tool that you use to browse those files and folders. Now, if you look at here, I have a shortcut called File Explorer, and if I just open up, this is going to open the File Explorer. We will jump into this in a quick moment. Before that, I would like to show you what if it is not pinned for you. So let me unpin this and let me show you how to search for that. Go to Windows and then All Apps with the alphabetical order. If you can sort it, there's under F you have a File Explorer. So just right click on this to pin it, click on More and pin to Taskbar. This will pin up here, and you could open up, or you can simply open from here the File Explorer, and this way you can easily access your files and folders directly from Explorer. So coming back to the navigation on this, if I just maximize this, you could see here in the left side you have the navigation path, and the right side would be the results. For example, if I select this PC, this is where it's going to store all kind of files and folders on this computer. So it is your actual cabinet physically, right? So similar way, now within this PC you have some kind of drives. So the operating system gets installed in mostly into the C drive, which will have a drive letter, and you also have the DVD drive for this computer. So if you would like to open, you can always open and see what kind of files or folders are available within this DVD. So let's open up the C drive, take a look around it. So I could just double click on it to open it, and or I could just go back by going back this button to the back exactly to the previous stage or previous folder structure, and I can right click and open up. So within this C drive you can have a look at the contents of the C drive, what kind of folders or the files it has. So it's opening the C drive is like opening your computer's main filing cabinet. So that's the main filing cabinet, and you see a bunch of folders here definitely, and some of them have pretty cryptic names, and we are not going to identify specific folders quite yet. For now, you should see what you can do is just to double click on a folder. For example, here if I open up program files, double click, it just opens up and it has again some other content with the folders. And for now, you should think in other way. So just in case, if you see more and more folders, it's very common to have folders inside the folders, so inside of other folders and so on. Just like a physical filing cabinet in the real world, now you are navigating through these folders. It's just at the end, it's a folder that consists of some kind of files or folders. It's always important to know where you are. That's very important, and that's where this is the address bar or address path we call it. So this tells where you are. For example, you could see in this PC you are in a C drive, in a program files, and Microsoft Update Help Tools is another folder. That's where you are there, and you could easily navigate. For example, you want to go to program files, click here, so that's going to take it to the program files. But if I want to go back to the previous folder, you see here, you could use this. Even though you were actually in this folder, it just takes to the back. So in case if you just wanted to go to the exact previous folder where you were earlier, you could always use back to the program files or the back button arrow key. And in case if you just want to go one level up, you could use the up arrow key. So this will take it to the up arrow, which is in this case program files. If I just use one more time up arrow, I would be going to the C drive. And in case if I want to use the back, it just takes to the program files, and then it just goes one more time to the Microsoft Update Help Tools. I hope now you understood a little bit about the File Explorer, and you should definitely look around it and start getting familiar with opening folders and navigating around the File Explorer. Make sure you also give it a try to check from your folder options. Here you do also have some other options that are available. Just go through these things also, just as a bonus lecture thing. That okay, we might have to discuss these things later point, but these are the very advanced things that you could have a look on it. For example, instead of I double click here, I can just use the single click to open the file. Or else if I just double click any of the folder, for example logs folder here, it should actually open every time in a new window, so that what happens is it keeps on coming up more and more windows. Of course nobody likes it, but I don't know your case, but just to let you know that you have some kind of customizations and custom actions that you have here. And also these are the view specific. When we say view is what you view from your eyes, right? So for example, display file icon thumbnails or the icon, and also you can hide some kind of system files and the drive files and the file extension, display path and the title bar. All of that stuff you could actually do it from here, and these are additional view options that you have within the File Explorer to get it more advanced topics. I hope this is useful for you. Just make a look around and start getting familiar with opening files and folders and navigating around the File Explorer. Thank you. Hi there. In this short lecture, we will understand about the folder structure that is essential for admins for getting know, and also as well as for the end user to know more about their user folder structure. So the best thing would be, before you store and organize your own files, it is very important to understand the folder structure that is already offered by Microsoft Windows 11, so that you can work within that
structure so that it would be easy to establish that organizing method. So within this folder structure, which is by default, so you might see more folders, but we'll come to later if you see more and what are those and why they are available here. For example, if I just go to the folder options, some of them are hidden state. So for example, if you just choose show hidden files and folders, you might see some of them are extra. If you don't see, it would be in this don't show hidden files and folders. These are operating system specific more critical things, that's why it will be in a hidden state. Okay, we'll come to that later point in a different lecture, but for now we'll try to understand the existing organized folder structure. So if you install any kind of applications, for example here Microsoft Mail, this got already got installed by Windows 11 by default, or such things, whatever you see here, some of the applications like Office, these applications, when you install these applications will come either any of this folder based on the application, if it is a 32-bit or 64-bit. So all the 64-bit will come directly to program files. Native 64 and 32-bit, it's nothing but the x86 will come up here. So if I just open up here, I could see here some of those files. For example, Windows Mail, I can directly even open Windows Mail directly from here, but we don't do that. The reason being we would like to open directly from here. But in the backend, if you just go to app settings, in the backend it actually points to that installed application folder. All right, and if I go back to Windows, there's a C folder, C drive, then you could see here there's something called Windows folder. This is a core folder which consists of all the operating system specific core files. This is this also gets installed or will get created when you install Windows 11 operating system. And the other important folder would be the users. So when you talk about the users, the user accounts that are used to log in here will represent at least one folder here. So you see here my current user account. So if you want to find out what is that user account, just click on start button with a right click, go to command, call to run and type cmd who am I. Then it will represent the computer name followed by the username. So in this case my user account name bpower, and then if I just open up this has a really organized structure. You could see, for example, what it does is it actually gives an option for us to store all the video files just inside of these videos, and similarly all the documents should store within this, and also your favorites, that's a favorites from your Chrome browser, gets stored here. And also you also have the downloads. So you have here quick access from the downloads, desktop, documents, pictures, music, videos, all of these actually coming from this PC, C drive, and then users with respect to the user. And then all of these are actually representing, for example, music to music, videos to videos, and downloads to downloads, and documents to documents. And there is another folder called OneDrive. If you notice this folder, this is nothing but your OneDrive, which is offered by Microsoft as a service, where you would actually consist here also the very similar documents and downloads and all of that stuff. So we would discuss these things in the upcoming lectures, but just to let you know that these are the folder redirections so that OneDrive will save all the information that you're going to save it on your desktop. For example, I just created a folder. This folder gets actually syncing to direct to the OneDrive. So if I just click on desktop, the folder gets synced up. So this way I'm actually saving all the relevant data of end users. So we would talk on this in a different lecture, but just to understand that the take out of this lecture will be, so you have a critical folders. Normally these are the default folder structure that you could see on any of the machine. And coming back to the users folder, this is where each user consists of their own user account or alias ID, and which will consist of similar folders, but the content is personal. Meaning, let's say if there is a user called Chris, so Chris user account is different from Pavan account, right? So both cannot log in each, they cannot see the files also, because it's fully protected by Windows by securing all the folders and files within that system. Even though it's on the same system, they will not be able to access this unless they both are the system admin privileges have on that machine, which is the case with only Windows administrator. That being said, I strongly encourage you to work with existing structure. This helps you stay organized and keeps your files tied to your user account. Hi there. In the short lecture, we will learn about OneDrive and how we can organize the folders structure with respect to the OneDrive. As you learn how to store files in File Explorer, there is one detail everybody should be aware of related to OneDrive. Even if you do not remember setting up OneDrive, or you don't need it, but still you need to know aware of this settings. OneDrive is an online storage. It's a solution that is offered by Microsoft. So whatever the files or the folders that you're gonna store it, that will be stored on a Microsoft cloud server called OneDrive server, and these are automatically synchronized from your local desktop to cloud server, which is hosted by Microsoft. So I encourage you to check out this course where we are going to talk more about OneDrive later point. But the detail I wanted to talk about here is this: OneDrive might be set up and working for you automatically also, even if you don't know also. In fact, we have configured and we just logged in as the Microsoft account, but it has automatically configured. If you just go back here and you could just click here this OneDrive icon, or you could click this little thing and you might have here OneDrive icon. So in my case I have here, so all I have to do is I have to just click on settings to view more settings. So before we go into the more settings, you can have a look on the pricing part. So if you want to utilize as a free account which offers with the 5 GB of the cloud storage, you could sync up all your files up to 5 GB. And in case if you are a home user, you can choose any of these options. By choosing Microsoft 365 family, up to 6 members can use as a family people, and each one gets 1 TB. So all together you are gonna get the 6 TB in total. If you just if you're just planning for one user, you also get all these Microsoft Office applications with 1 TB cloud storage. In case if you just look for a lesser price with only the storage option up to 100 GB, it would be the best price, 19 or close to $20 with a auto renew subscription. Now that being said, let's actually look into it. I have used the free OneDrive basic plan with the 5 GB plan. So this 5 GB is more than enough, because if I just try to use the Microsoft account, they offer 5 GB cloud storage for OneDrive. But in case if you are a business user, then it's a different story. You would definitely get at least 1 TB in any case, the cloud storage, and also other application gets offer for you. But that being said, let's actually look into the cloud settings for OneDrive. So you just have to click on this icon and right click, or just click on this icon, and you will get here settings, and go to the settings. This is where you could actually use the
configuring the account. So in my case, this is where I have configured an account. I could also configure one more account for OneDrive for business. So that's an additional software that will sync up my Office network specific user account to be used, and this is for the personal account. And you see here the backup. If you see, just when I click on the backup, there are managed folders. You have different folders that are showing up here. And if you see here, the desktop and documents are getting automatically synced up with Microsoft OneDrive, and the size is up to 5 GB, which is given by Microsoft Online account. And in case if you don't want, you can always click on a stop backing up, but remember that backups are very important, and you can think about it. If you have any complaints issues, or you don't want to save the data on Microsoft cloud servers, then you can obviously stop backing up so that nothing can be automatically uploaded. And one other reason would be, for example, you might be already consumed the disk quota of 1 TB or 5 GB, then you might have to stop it by clicking on it. But if you just open up Windows Explorer, you can navigate to C drive and users, and my user account in this case, and this is where my OneDrive folders will be available. And you can see here, when I double click, I can see the desktop and I can see the documents, all of that. And if you see icon with the cloud only icon, meaning this contents are available on a cloud, not on the PC. That is not physically available here, but it is over the cloud. So it all depends what kind of configuration you have done. So if you just go back to the settings one more time, you have an option here to choose. By default, it doesn't save everything on your physical PC. Instead, it actually downloads on demand. Let's say you saved a file. If you're not using it, will be only over the cloud, not on your local PC, so that you can save the local disk space. And one other easy to identify is, one other option is, if you just go to users name, you do not see here images folder or the pictures folder, but you can find that pictures folder inside OneDrive, meaning it has actually configured. Same thing goes documents also. Within the OneDrive documents, these documents are different than the documents that are available on the user account. For example, in the user account documents, I have a file here with this special text example. So this file should actually is isolated, this documents folder, compared with OneDrive documents, which is here. So whatever the file or folder you're going to create it here, which remains same. For example, this is a test file, so the test BMP file gets synced automatically, and you also get here a tick mark, meaning this file is synchronized to the cloud now. And in case if you want to free up space, just right click on this and say here free up space, so that this entire file gets cleaned up from the local machine, but the file exists on a cloud. So when you try to use it by double clicking, so during that time it actually retrieves from a cloud to local PC. This is how OneDrive works, and OneDrive is really useful and helpful in terms of taking backup of users data. And also there are other couple of settings, like you could sync the settings also configuration directly to your OneDrive configuration, and we'll talk on that later point by taking the backup of entire PC information also. I hope you understand the trade-offs and the cost of using OneDrive backup, and how you can disable it if you really need it. Thank you for watching this. Hi there. In the short lecture, we will try to understand about quick access. Quick access will help you to directly point to the required folder. For example, here documents is coming actually from OneDrive. If you want to manually browse, you need to go to this PC, C colon, and then users and the username,
and then OneDrive, and this is where documents are there. So instead of going in this long path, you can simply go to this folder by quickly accessing from a quick access. This is how it's gonna work. So if you see here, this is a long lengthy path. Instead of that, you could simply go to documents directly from a quick access. This makes our life easy. So let's say if I want to access a file, let me click on that file. So I can open up this file, and or maybe some other files. Let's say I wanted to access this tax calculator for my IT filing, and I'll just close this file. And if you see here under quick access, we open two applications that are actually listed here. This is called recent files. So if you would like to go back to the recent files, you can simply click on this file. So it will take it to the latest file that you just opened. So if you do not want that to be now appear, you have an option from a privacy. So just go to this three dots, go to the options, and you see here you have a privacy option. So when you clear or when you take out this checkbox, it will actually clears the recent open files. So I can simply clear and apply. So now the background, it's gone, all the quick or recent open files. So in case if I try to open also one more time any of this file, example this file, it's not gonna come up under quick access anymore. The reason being, from a privacy, we have taken out this recent files, or to show this checkboxes has been turned off. If I take it back, it will show up the recent file. So anyway, it's good to have that checkbox. So I like to be there. I like to be configured that way. But if you could see here, the recently opened applications are actually pinned here. So if you see pictures, we do have some kind of saved picture. That's why it is pinned. Let's say if I don't want this to be pinned, you could actually unpin this. So unpin from quick access. Similarly, if you have any of the folder, for example, I have a folder, in this case documents from IT filing. I wanted this folder to be pinned for quick access. All I can do is just right click on that folder and click on pin to start, so that it will come up here, so that you could directly open up. Okay, that's one way. Other way would be the pin to quick access. So if I just click on here, pin to quick access, it's coming up here. So I can directly navigate to the required path. And similarly, if I want any of these folders, for example, photos, I want to pin to start button, I can do that. So if I just go back here, the photos will come up. So I can directly open the photos. Right, so it's easy in order to access this quick access. One other way would be, let's say if I want to access projects, I can actually create a shortcut by clicking on more options and send it to desktop as a shortcut. So this is a common way that we use it normally. So for example, in the desktop, now the shortcut is available. If I just double click on that, it just takes me to the required folder path directly. So this is the advantage that we have with the quick access. So you could easily navigate whatever the folder you wanted once it is available in quick access. I hope this quick access you would be giving a try to users, and it will be very useful in order to organize the folders the way for easy to access a method. Hope this is useful for you. We'll catch you in the next lecture. Hi there. In the short lecture, we will be learning now customizing the File Explorer interface. Within this short lecture, we will learn more about the File Explorer, how to configure this interface to get what we wanted or what we are looking. We can easily find out that information directly from the interface if we can configure a couple of steps. Let's say I have a sample files already copied to the documents under projects, I have a couple of files here under sub project. Like some of them are Word documents, some of them are JPG files. If you see here, this is the view called detailed view, and within this view, if you see, this is just the details. So within this detailed view, you are able to you could actually sort with the name. Example, so name with the sort. This would be the descending order. You could sort with the ascending order, meaning alphabetic order here, and then you could also find based on the dates, like modify this year, yesterday, or today. You could see here, and you could filter like this. Easy to find out this information. And also type of the file. Let's say I wanted to know all the JPG files. Example, this is a JPG. Since the extension is able to read here, we could open this as a file which consists of a photograph, right? And you could even sort this directly by filtering only JPG files, so that it just shows the JPG file information and the remaining will be hidden, or it will not show you in a view. But in case if you want everything, you don't need to do anything. And also you could also sort based on the size, as well as the size based, you could also sort it. And this is the default view for details. So now let's say I wanted to view what is this example, this JPG files in a bigger view, because like there could be some sun photo. I wanted to view it. Example, in that case, what I can do is I could actually go for large icons, which will preview the file, and this preview would be really good in case if you want to view for photographs, but not for the Word document. If you see, we can't see the content, but a little content for the PDF files we could see it, but not for complete Word document files, right? So this is the view for large icons, and you could also use the extra large icons. It doesn't look good, but in any case, if you just wanted to view, you could always view into the extra large. And medium icons also another option, and the small icons another option here, but you don't get that flexibility with more detailed version, right? And in the view, you also have the compact view, which is a smaller view, and tiles only. This is so these are a couple of different options you have it, but you can always play with this. Now we also have another option here with the 3 dots, which will show here under options. In case if any file is hidden, we can always view from a view. So hidden files also can be show hidden files in drives, so that you could see in any case if any file is hidden mode. Okay, and also we would like to see the extension. If you see here, this is ch280 and 281 is the PDF files, but you don't see the extension. But just above this, you have extension called ADMX. Since it is unknown file extension, that's why it's actually listing. But for the known or the common things, we don't see here, right? For example, Word or maybe Excel file or Access, we don't see. So if you want to get that extension of the file type, you have to actually click for known file type. So this one should be unticked and apply. Then immediately you would see here the extensions. For example, these are the Word documents, so you have a doc or docs format, and similarly for JPG you also have here .jpg files. So if I just a little bit expand, you could see here JPG files, and I can sort it based on the file type in a better way. And I can see here these are the JPG files, these are the document files, these are the PDF files. So I could use this method to view in a better way, so that my file explorer gives a great experience for me in order to customize the interface for me. Let's also try the grouping option. Let's say I want everything should be in a alphanumerical, but I wanted to group all the Word files to a group and the JPG files into a different group based on the file type. So how would I do is I would actually go to the sort. So I've already selected for the ascending order, but the group is I wanted based on the file type. So I can simply click on type, so that what would happen is all the ADMX files which are close to 12 will be grouped, and I can expand if I want or group it. And then I could also see for the JPG files are close to 11, and I could play like this by sorting. So you also have an option for grouping based on the ascending and the group by options. The other option would be in the view. You also have your compact view and the show navigation pan, so which is nothing but this pan. So this is called, we call it as a navigation. So if you don't want that navigation pan, simply take out, so that it gives you more screen width for you, so that you could view more detailed information. And in case if you want to again work on, instead of the detail views, or you want to navigate view, you could actually take it back these settings. So these are the things that you could explore more for Windows File Explorer, and you welcome to know more and more. I hope this short lecture is useful for you in order to understand or the options or the possibilities that we have with the File Explorer. Thank you for watching this.
Hi there. In the short lecture, we will learn about how to create new folders and organize them by renaming the folders that you have created, or maybe files that you could easy to rename, so that you can start setting up your own files, organizing in File Explorer. So let's open up File Explorer. So you could open this File Explorer. If not, you could go to Start button and look at File Explorer from all apps, or if it is pinned into your Start menu. Otherwise, you can press Windows key. By holding Windows key, you can press E, so that it actually opens the File Explorer. And then you could navigate to quick access, or you can check out if you have already opened files, any of the recent files or folders, it will be visible. In my case, the project folder, which is already opened in the past, that's why it is coming under quick access. Even though it is not pinned, it is actually showing. Let's say if I want to navigate manually, I can go to this PC and I can navigate to the folders, users, and then the folder, the one which I want, to the OneDrive folder, and then I could go to documents. The same thing, I could actually go directly from here, OneDrive, and the documents. Right, so just you remember that how the full path is available, so that you know it when you try to practice, you're easy to remember. So within this documents, you have a lot of folders, like a project has a subfolder, a lot of files within this, and also folders. Let's say if you want to create your own folder, you could actually right click and show more options, or if you're able to see already a new button, you could actually create from here as a new folder. Or if you just click on new, show more options with new and the folder. So when you actually click on new folder, it gets selected with a blue color, and the entire text gets automatically selected. Let's say I want to create this as an example, movies example. So if I give as a type, as a movies, as a folder name, and hit enter key, or if I click on outside, it actually creates that folder as a movies. So let's try to do the same thing with another way. So that could be, you could actually click on this ribbon button in the navigation in the top and click on this new folder. So this is also you could create it. When you create new folder, by mistake, if you click outside, it actually gets created with a new folder. If I try to do one more time, it gets created, new folder already exists. That's why it is actually randomly giving a number called number 2. So what happens is, if I try to create the same folders,
again and again, it actually gives an adding a number 2 and 3, but that's not the way we wanted, right? So this one could be movies and this could be maybe audio files. So how would I do this to convert or to change this new folder to audio? For that, you have an option here. Select this, you are able to get it here like a cut, copy, and this is what the rename. So if you just click on this button, rename, which is a new option which is coming directly here in the top with Windows 11, you could simply click on rename and give the name, for example, audio. So in this case, it got created as audio. How would I do it with a mouse example? So there is another method. If you're not able to do it with if you don't want to do it with this method, you could also do it with the mouse. So just right click on this, and you also have an option. If you're not able to see here rename option, you can click on show more options. But by the way, if you see here, you also have the same toolbar settings here directly. So you could also click on here to rename. By the way, if you put it here, you're getting a shortcut name called F2. So if you just press F2 by selecting this, let's say if I select this and I'm pressing in my keyboard called F2 key, that's a function 2, that's a F2, and then automatically it goes to the rename option, right? I could give a different name. Let's try also do from here with the more options, and you also able to get it here a rename option in the down. So if I just say rename, this would be like English example. I can type it and hit enter key so that it gets created that folder name. So that's as much as easy. So let's also try with shortcut key. Just select the folder that you wanted to rename, press F2 key in your keyboard and give whatever folder you want. For example, I want this is for my education files. So give a space, education files, and that's how it's going to create the folder. And by the way, it also automatically sorts once you create it by the name sort, because it is actually sorted with the name based, right? This is how you could create, and the same thing goes for any of the files. Also, for example, if I want to rename, I could just click on rename button and say this is my set 4 instead of set 3. I could rename it. Let's also try to learn other functionality within this toolbar. Let's say if I want to copy this, when I select this file called set 4, I can simply copy by clicking on here, or I can right click here and copy as the file by going for the more options. I'll get here as a copy. So when I say copy, and later point, what I can do is I could actually paste it. When I say paste, the paste button will create the same file as it is as a second copy of the same file. So I could use this shortcut, or I could use this, or I could even go for the show more options and I can paste it. So you also have a other option to copy as a Control C. So if you just go to select the file and use in your keyboard by holding Control key, press C, and then wherever you want. For example, inside audio, I would like to paste this file as a copy. So what I can do is I can hold Control key and V so that it's gonna paste the file. So this is how you could copy paste the file, and you could copy a file with a Control C, and with Control V you could paste it. What happens if you try with Control C, copy a folder as it is, like I can do this, copy directly Control C, and then I can go to a folder and I could paste it with a Control V, or with a right click with a show more options, or I could do this I can also perform directly with this option. So now that English folder got as it is copy pasted. So this is how you can copy paste the files, as well as you can move also. So when we talk about the move, you could actually for example, I want this exe file to be moved. So what I can do is I could actually cut it. So when you cut, it actually moves. If you see a little grayed out option with this file, because it is a memory that it has cut, and I can move to any of the folder. For example, inside English, I could actually paste this. So for the paste, again, you know the shortcut, which is a Control V. You could use it, or you can use the toolbar to paste it. This is how it actually moves the file. So if I just go back here, the file is gone from here and it's moved to inside English. This is how you could also move the files. Hi there. In this short lecture, we will learn about move and copy files from your file explorer, so that copying and moving items from one place to another place to organize your storage drive can be done, and this is very key to getting your files organized. So let's begin. So if I would like to go to my file explorer and then go to my documents, I have a couple of folders and files within this folder, and within this I also have some folder called photos, and there are a couple of photos are available within this folder. And if I want to go back, I can see here projects. This project folder has audios and English and the movies, and there are some of files called educational files also. Now let's give it a try to copy paste first thing. So if I want to copy a sub project folder as it is, I can do by right click, and then you would get it here option, or if you just select it also, you get this navigation. When you select it, actually in the toolbar you get this option for copying and cut, and also you can rename this, and you could also share this folder, or you could delete the file also. So in my case, if I just right click and if I click on more, show more options, I get an option here, copy cut. So I can perform any of this action. In case if I click on copy, it makes a duplicate copy of as it is the file, so that I'll have the same file in another location. I can paste it. So let's say if I copy example English, if I just copy here this file folder to maybe in audio, I'll simply come here and paste it, so that one more English folder can be created. I'll say just simply more options, paste it. So the another folder called English got created here, right? This is called copy paste. But moving is different. Let's say I want to completely move this file from audio to a new folder. So let's create a new folder. Let's say I want to create a new folder called media files, and then hit enter, so that the media files got created. Now choose your in your keyboard, press Control key to select multiple files. For example, I can select here audio by holding the Control key, education files and the movies, and then I can slowly hold this key with the mouse Control key and move, or I could use a copy. So here there's if you see here, there's an option called move. Sometimes it is changing to copy also. See, so the reason is if you hold the Control key, it actually copies the selected files wherever you're dragging and dropping, and if you remove the Control key, it actually moves, means the files gets completely moved from this location. So let's give it a try with first move option. Let's say inside media files, I want this audio file to be moved. So what I can do is I can simply, without pressing any key within the keyboard, since it's a single file, I can just drag with the mouse by holding the left key to media file. So the file folder called audio gets moved to media files. Right now, if I go back, now this time I wanted English as well as the educational files to be moved automatically. So what I can do is I can hold a shift key like this and click wherever you want. For example, I want till English, so two files in between wherever you are clicking. For example, if I click here, okay, all the files from the first to last, whatever you have selected with the shift key gets automatically selected. Okay, and for example, I want set for to sub projects. Till this I want to select it. So instead of you click one by one, press the shift key, and where do you want? I want till sub So projects, so I can simply click here by holding the shift key. So in between these things got selected, so shift or control key will help you to select it. The major difference between shift and control key for the selection would be, if you click on shift, it continuously select until you second time click on it. For example, if I first click here with the set 4 until the sub project, I can select it automatically, all the files, by holding the shift key. And later point, if I want, I can simply move like this by without pressing any key in the keyboard, or I can copy them by holding a control key. So when I press a control key, it makes a copy of the files and also inside the media files. For example, if I just click here media files, it just makes these 2, 4, 5 different folders. So if I just click on here media, now there are 5 different files or folders got created within this. So this is how you could actually create a copy of file by pressing a control key and selecting for the shift key. What if I want to move them, all of these files, to somewhere? You could do it by pressing control key. Simply this is gonna move it, right? But if you remove the control key, it will move. But if you press the control key on your keyboard, it actually copies a folder to English, right? So I'm not pressing control key, I'm simply moving to English folder example. So everything got moved directly here. Now there could be a possible case, I don't want to move everything to the same folder, but I want to do it in another folder called C colon maybe a temp directory. So for example, if I just open C drive, I have here folder called maybe example. I'm going to create here a folder example, temp folder example. Okay, this is a test temporary folder which I'm getting created here. Now I want some files to be copied. For example, from my documents, I want my project file to be copied to temp folder. How would I do it? So for that, what you can do is you can simply make your window to smaller or bigger and open up one more explorer. So you can open multiple Windows explorers, or the file explorer can be open. Now let's navigate to this PC and C drive and temp folder. Now from here you go to your source folder. So in my case it is in the documents, and let's say I want to move all the photos. So simply I can select everything by control A so that everything gets selected, or I can better way to view it would be the details, and I can press shift key until end. I can click on the mouse so that by holding shift key it selects everything. Now it's time for me, either if I press a control key, it's gonna copy, right? If I remove control key, the action performs as move. So let's click on move. So the files gets moved directly from here to here. So this is how you could do it. So you got this small warning because actually these documents are getting synced up from OneDrive. All of a sudden it got disappeared. So do you really want to delete it? Yes, I can delete it. I don't want to show up this, so I can take it up. But this might not come up for you as a window if you move it from outside of OneDrive. Okay, so this is how you can move. And if I want copy back, move back to my photos, I can simply select all of them and then hold control key to copy, or if you don't want control key, simply remove so that it gets moved. This is how you can do the move. And of course these are some of the core options that you have for copying and moving files. Of course there are other ways to do this, but these are the most common options that I can talk about it within this short lecture. Hi there. In this short lecture we will learn how to delete files and folders. That being said, let's jump into the short lecture. You will probably want to delete some files or folders so that you would like to organize that files in a right way. Maybe you have completed your project, or you don't need those files anymore on your computer because uh, that definitely occupies some space on your disk, right? You don't want that. So in that situation, you might have to delete these files. So for that, what you can do is you could simply open your file explorer and navigate to the files or folders that you wanted to delete. For example, I don't need this specific one called test.bmp. I can simply right click. I do have get option here to delete, or select this and use a keyboard within the keyboard called a delete key, or you could even use the toolbar to delete it. Or if you just click on show more options, you have an option to delete. So if you count it, you have multiple options. This is the first option and the second option, and when you right click, you also get it here, another option, and also with this keyboard also you could do it, right? So you get all these options. Apart from this, you also have another option. For example, I want to delete this builds folder, or maybe inside some of the files, example the last file, sample file. So what I can do is I can drag this and move to recycle bin. That way it actually goes off and automatically the file will be moved to recycle bin. If I just open up, I could see here that sample file. Along with that, some other files also I have deleted in the past, so that all are coming back to recycle bin. Think in this way. Let's say you have a physical copy of some files or some papers, and you don't want those papers. What you do, you put it into the trash bin, right? That's what you have done just now. And let's see, you realize that you want to restore back, means you want to collect that files again from a trash bin and you want to use it. So you could do that by selecting that file, and you have an option to restore all items, or just the restore the selected item, or else you could actually click on the right click on that selected file and say restore, so it goes to the original folder as it is. So this file got restored back. Let's say if I want to delete all of these, I can simply right click, more options, delete. So all of them gone here. In case if you want to perform an undo option, you can always do that undo by right click. You can say undo delete. That means the lost action can be taken back. So for the shortcut is Control Z, you could use it. So in my case, I wanted to restore back, so I'll just click on undo delete. That way the files that you have performed will come back to builds folder from recycle bin. So let's try to delete a few files now, or maybe a folder. Let's try to delete builds folder. We don't need this folder example. So you could simply delete, and then that's going to delete this folder builds, and it's in the recycle bin. Now let's say I wanted the files to be completely go off from here. If I'm pretty sure that I wanted to take out this recycle bin files also completely out of my Windows box, then you could click on empty recycle bin, or you also have an option to individually select and delete it permanently. For example, this admin folder I don't need permanently, so I can click on delete. So this will go off directly from recycle bin also. Make sure that you try to understand this concept. Once you empty or once you delete an even file from recycle bin, those files are gone, and you must be sure about it. In the real case or real world, if you deleted once, the files cannot be restored back, right? Let's say if I just close this, and I can also do right click on the recycle bin and click on empty recycle bin. That way all of the files are gone. I cannot restore back, so I don't have an option to restore back with the help of Windows. So in case if I really wanted again for restoring back, I don't have an option, but you could use the third-party softwares such as a recovery tools, which is a paid version, and you need to pay a lot, and you have a possibility of getting that files, but just in a possibility that you may or you may not retrieve the files properly. So it all depends on the software and the file and conditions. So you must be pretty sure if you really wanted to delete or not. Okay friends, so make sure that if you're really sure, only delete the file even from the recycle bin, right? I wanted to tell you some other option also. Let's say I wanted for example, there's a folder under projects. There's a folder called subfolder, subproject. There's a test folder is there. Let's say I want to delete this test folder, but I don't want this should go to recycle bin. There could be some situations. What happens if I just right click and choose as a delete? It just deletes and it places into this recycle bin, right? Just like a trash bin, right? What if I don't want that should go? So what I can do is, let me first restore all items in the recycle bin, so it comes back here. So now I can hold my shift key and use this button to delete it. So when you do this, it actually saying that, are you sure you want to delete permanently? Yes. That way it doesn't go to even recycle bin. So when you hold the shift key and delete it, all the files will go off directly from Windows and it doesn't come to even recycle bin. So this is another tricky part. If you want to just to delete and shouldn't come to even recycle bin, you could use it, but don't make an habit of deleting with the shift key. One or other day you will caught that you might be accidentally deleting that file with the shift key, and that file might need it. So be sure that what files you want to delete it. So use the normal keys, like if I want delete it, and you could have an option to restore back also. For example, in this case, restore, or you could even restore this from a cut and paste it to somewhere else. So instead of going to the original folder, you could actually move that to some other place, and then you could view it, what is the content of that, and based on that you might have some files needed and some more files you don't need it. You could delete, or you can keep the files also. So these are the options, right? And you also have another option. Simply, for example, I want to delete, you can drag and drop to recycle bin, which we have already talked about it, right? Thank you for watching this. This is a small lecture on deleting files in the folders so that you could better organize your files and you could play with your Windows File Explorer. Thank you for watching this. Hi there. In the short lecture, we will learn about archiving files or zipping them, or maybe unzipping those archive files. That's what we are going to learn within the short lecture. And if you are first time listening, zipping or archiving, it's nothing but you can group of couple of files into one file so that you can compress it and you can save the size of that file, and you can simply send that single file to your maybe over the email or to somewhere, and other person can simply unarchive that or unzip that to get exact files, so that during the transportation you will be getting two advantages. One would be the grouping, other one would be the compressing in terms of the size. So that being said, let's actually have a look on it. So I'll open my file explorer and I'll navigate to a folder called my documents, and then within this project I do have a sample zip file. Okay, you could see here this is a zip file, some compressed file which has a size of 53 MB, which is huge, right? It meaning it might contain lot of the files. So if I just double click on that, it consists of lot of files, right? So it's a group of multiple files, close to 18 different files are grouped together and showing as a single file. By the way, how would I know that it's a zip? I know that because I've seen earlier, right? If you're looking for the first time, you could actually look at here file type as a compressed or zipped folder, right? And you could also get the file extension by going to the three dots, go to the options and configure here under views, show hide extensions for unknown file type just check this box and then uncheck that checkbox, and now you would able to see that there's something called ending with a .zip. It just looks like a folder icon, but this is ending with a zip file, meaning it's a compressed folder, right? That's why it's showing as a compressed folder as a file type. And let's say I wanted to compress some files. How would I do that? I'm talking about the files, not on the folders. So let's go to this subfolder called subprojects. Let's say I want these files to be compressed. Let's say if I want to select multiple things, if you remember, we learned by selecting, first clicking on the first icon or the first file, and then till wherever you want, till that place, you can simply hold the shift key and click on it. So it will automatically select one by one. In this case, 36 out of files, 14 were selected. And simply right click and press this button called compress to zip file, or you can click on three dots to compress to zip file, so that it actually compresses all these files and makes a single file called with the first file name. So in this case, if I just click on compress file, the first file, whatever it is, we selected with that file name, a compressed folder gets created, right? And I have an opportunity here to rename properly. So I'll just say this is a sample1.zip file. So I'll just say hit enter so that it gets the sample zip file. So let's have a look on it, what it can consist. So if I just go back to this folder, I can see these total 14 items which we selected got compressed, and it is part of this zip file. Let's say I want to work with any of these files. I have an opportunity to only copy these files to maybe my documents here, like drag and drop, or if I just copy paste, so these files are extracted to documents now. So I'm able to see these files now outside of that zip file. Let's say I want to completely unzip. What I can do is I can right click here and extract all, so that it's going to create a folder name called sample1. If you see here, sample1 folder getting created, and click on extract. That's gonna create a folder called sample1. If you see here, sample1, and it has extracted all the files. So you could actually make a change once you extracted. So remember guys, you should always make a changes to the zip file after the extract, but not inside the zip file. Let's say I wanted to edit some file from a zip file, for example the sample file. You do not do that. It's not recommended because it is inside a compressed one, so the changes may lose, you may lose the changes. So that's why you don't do that. So always extract and then work on it. So this is how you can extract, you can compress. So we talked about the files compressed. Now let's talk about a project or a folder to be compressed. Let's say I want to compress this entire sub project. So I can right click on it and I can do the same steps that we have done earlier, like either I can go to the three dots and compress it, or I can right click and simply I get here compress to zip file. So now before I compress, let me show you what is the current size of this folder. So if you see, if I just move my mouse cursor, I can see here it's actually showing as a 72.9 MB. Or I can just right click and go to the properties by clicking on show more, and this will show me total 73 MB with the 51 files and one folder inside that subfolder. So this is how you could look at the properties. Now let's actually compress it and see what is the size it becomes. So I'm just clicking on compress. So all the files, if you see, it is actually compressing, and now I got the 62 MB only. So now the actual size of this folder is 73 MB. Now it became as only 62 MB. So, or 60 MB it is close to, right? So that's a major difference between when you compress, you get the opportunity to interact with a lesser files. So let's say I want to show here. Yeah. So if you compare these two files here, one with the zip file and other one without the zip, it is actually compressed and save the disk space also on your machine. But when you want to send, it's easy to send a single file to anyone. For example, I want to mail, or I want to share this file to someone, or I want to copy it to my USB stick. I can easily do that as a single file, as a compressed format, and all I have to do is, once I have this file in my hand, I can actually unzip it so that it extracts all the files and can be used. This is how you could actually use zipping, unzipping, or archiving folders or files. I hope this short lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hi there. In the short lecture, we will learn about how to save files within any kind of application. Most of the applications, this is the method that you're going to save it. So let's say if I want to work with a notepad, I could go to all applications and have a look on notepad application. So notepads will be here in the alphabetical order N. So I can open up notepad, and let's say I wanted to write something. For example, this is a demo, and if you see there is a for a notepad, a special thing is like you get the asterisk. That means it's not yet saved. As soon as I see that, I can actually save it by clicking on a file button. Will have the save option as well as the save as. So save and save as, for the first time when you're trying to save, it is one and the same. But if you save already the file, you want to keep another version of same file, you could do that so that you can go into a different direction. So let's first begin with the saving. So click on save. This will open a Windows Explorer specific view, and you could have an option to save wherever you would like to save it. For example, I wanted to go to my pinned items called documents, and within this I want to save under projects this file name. So give a proper file name. For example, this is the sample version 1 example, sample v1, and I can save this. Now if you see here, there's no star button, but as soon as I hit enter and write version 1, so as you type it, actually the star button is coming. So you don't have an automated option to save automatically, so you must have to save it. If you do not save whatever the content is here, you will be losing. So make sure that whatever the work you're doing it, please do save it. Now let's try also understand the save as button. So initially we discussed about the save as. Save as makes the same file can be saved into a different version or different direction. You could save it so that you can take that into a different version. For example, I want to keep this file as it is, save sample 1, but I want to make this as a sample version 2 so that I can save here my content as a version 2, and I can save this. So what would happen is, now we have version 2, and if I just go back and open up my sample 1, I also have a sample version 1 and 2, right? So this is how you could use file menu to save or save as. The same thing goes for other applications. Let's try to save or open or create a new application called Word application. So I'll just click on a Word document and click on a blank document. I would like to type something here. You have an option here, save version 1. So you do have option here. This icon actually represents here to save it. Otherwise, you can always go to the file menu. Somewhere here, the save and save as will be there for most of the applications. So in my case, I can save here. When I click on save or save as for the first time, it actually asks one and the same, right? For the first time, when you click on save or save as, it is one and the same. But from once you saved it, it actually differs, right? So first thing, I'm going to save this to my OneDrive so that it gets automatically. I wanted to save here. So like version 1 I wanted to give here. Click on save. So this is where the file got saved. Now if you see here, since it's a OneDrive, it is actually trying to contact to Microsoft OneDrive to save it in the server, not in my computer. Of course, in my computer, by using that, it actually saving into the cloud environment. That's why it's taking some time to save the file. It all depends on your internet speed and connectivity. Okay, and once it is saved, you could actually work on it, for example the document, and then you also get it here if you have your Office 365 subscription here, on off button for automated saving option. But in our case, we could even save this file. So this is how you could save it, and the same file can be saved as to by browsing to another folder or file. Like I would like to save this to my computer, or so I could just go to the desktop and say version 1 or version 2. This can be document, so it's just maintaining the another copy of the similar document. I could do it. So this is how you could actually do it. For example, in a temp, I'm going to save it as a version 2, so that in a version 2 I can work on it, whatever the additional things I wanted to do it. And this save button has changed because it is temp folder is not getting synced with the OneDrive. That's why you are getting this option. This is how you could do the further changes for saving part. Once you saved it, you could even close it, and you will have now two files. One would be the version 1 on OneDrive, another one would be the version 2 from a temp2 folder, so that you could work based on your directions or based on your plan. You could work on it either version 1 or version 2 document based on your requirement. I hope this short lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hi there. In the short lecture, we will try to understand how to organize your desktop items. So this is called the desktop. What you see here, this is called desktop, and you could have multiple files and folders. And now we will try to learn how to organize the multiple files and folders on the screen. So if I go back to a folder called, in this case, my documents or the documents, and I have a lot of files here within this. So I'll just simply go to sub projects. I'll try to copy all of these files and think that I want to copy paste here. So what I can do is I can simply either drag, and if you see here, without holding control key, this gets moved. If I press control key and release that cursor with the left arrow, it actually copies, right? So there are a lot of files got copied on the screen. Think that how big these files are, and there could be multiple. Again, I'm just copying some more files also. So this is gonna actually keep more and more files on the screen, and that way it actually messy kind of thing on the desktop. Now you would like to sort it. How do you do that? That's what this lecture all about it. So what you could do is you could actually right click and somewhere on the empty space on the screen or on the desktop, and then click on view. This is where you could actually do the sorting from a view as well as from a sort by name or size. Let's say I want all of my Excel files. Example, this is my Excel here. I want to keep it, and I can put it here, and all of my Word files to this side. Example, so what I can do is I can hold the control key and select all my Word files by clicking like this, and simply move these things to here. Okay, meaning without the control key you could move it, or you could simply select them and move it somewhere. Let's say I want to put it this in a right way, so that I know this is where I have a Word files, and this is where I have Excel files. And similarly, I might think about my PDF files. So simply I would like to put it here in a different order. So now the question comes, if you think that this is what I wanted, and I wanted to put it in this way, but I want a larger icons. Let's see, I could do that by right clicking somewhere, and in the view I could select as a large icon, so that this icon gets larger and bigger, so that I could see the kind of preview on that, so that I can feel it, whether it's a medium is a good or a small thing, which one is good. I would actually depends on my perception, and based on that I would be selecting it, right? So I'll just go to the medium, And other thing is, in case if you're not able to sort like this, there could be some other setting which is going to block you, which is under view, there's something called auto arrange. So this is what it actually automatically arranges the entire icons or the files or folders automatically from a screen. So this is what you could see here from a view auto arrange. This is going to be automatically arranged. But now think that what is that order you want to do it. So the order would be sorting by either name or a size or file type or modified date. Let's say if I want item type, so you see here all of the files, regular files, for example these Word files comes one by one and the PDF in one place, and the PowerPoint and other file types, for example these are EDMX files, all of them in one place are available. Now I could even sort this time with name so that it just goes in the alphabetic order of the naming format. For example, it just started with A, B, and then other formats, right? So that's how you could sort it with different based on the sizes. You have multiple options to configure here. Keeping more and more files on your desktop, definitely it will be a messy kind of screen, and you might have to clean up one or other day. So what you could do is you could actually click by holding the left side mouse key, and then whatever the files you wanted, you could actually select them and move into recycle bin, so that will go into recycle bin. Or you could hold the control key, press whatever the files you don't want, and simply move them into recycle bin, so that will be moved. Or you could select the required files. For example, in this case the two files I'm selecting with the control key and pressing on a keyboard called del or delete key, that would automatically deletes. And similarly one more other one would be the holding the shift key, and then whatever the files you want. For example, I want this 2 row of files. I can select by holding the shift key and then move them to recycle bin. That way you could clean up. Similarly, now I'm just trying to delete other files except the recycle bin, because that's an icon that cannot be removed from your screen. If you want to remove this, you need to go to the personalization and do the configuration for the recycle bin. To do that, just go to the personalization and then click on themes, and you do have your desktop icon settings. So some of the computers might have multiple. You have an option here to either choose recycle bin, or you want some other icons on your desktop like user profiles, network files, or maybe these are the possible options that you have. You could actually configure. For example, I want this PC to be shown on my desktop, then I could configure this, or recycle bin or control panel. Let's say I don't want recycle bin, then I'll simply click on this and it's gone, but this PC is available because I have taken here as a checkbox called computer. So this is how you could configure it. But the restore, if you just try to restore the default, it always restores with the icon name. So in this case I'm actually choosing the recycle bin, but I could also change, for example, this PC icon to a different thing or something else. And if you could see here, recycle bin with the full, you could see some items in the trash bin and items or nothing in this bin. For example, here you could see very clearly some of things are available in the recycle bin. It means that it has full, and it's gonna you might have to clear it by empty, then this icon it becomes. This configuration can be configured here by changing some other icon types also, but again we don't do any kind of additional configuration for recycle bin icons. But you do have the flexibility to configure at this stage in the themes customization. I hope this short lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hi there. In the short lecture, we will learn how to change the wallpaper and other visual effects. So this is your wallpaper, which is the default wallpaper, which is coming with Microsoft Windows 11. And you could see here, this is a nice curving thing, right? So if you would like to change this with your own other photo, you could do that with personalization. So all you have to do is just right click somewhere on the desktop and go to the personalization, and you could change the background directly from here, and you could choose the other photographs that you wanted. For example, I've just taken this, and in case if I don't want, let's say I wanted to move this to this side, example, and see if I want, I can change the color and the photograph style, all of that. So let me maximize and show you something else. If you would like to add your own custom photos, you can always do that. That's called wallpaper, right? So sometimes we call it as the background image, sometimes we call it as a wallpaper, but it's one and the same at the end. So let me take it to my folders, which I have custom files within this project, or in the photos I have a lot of other photos are available. So let me try to put this file, and if you see here, this is the one which I have chosen. It's just the vertically there, and it might not be full photo. If you see here, the man is missing within this. So how could I do that to fulfill this? Is choose how this photo is going to fit into your desktop based on the screen resolution. So you could choose here at the center, or see, this is the center image, and you could also see tile, or maybe fill it or fit it. So you could actually choose all of this. So when I choose fit, it is actually coming proper this photograph. But unfortunately, the problem with this is the background of this left side and right side is coming in a black color. How and why is this? Is what the color which is making that black. So in case if I want to choose this color gets changed to orange, right? So I could have an option to choose as a block or orange. So you could actually explore more here how the actual photo looks like. So make sure that you choose the right screen resolution photos. That way it's gonna really helpful for you. For example, this photo is almost okay, which is gonna set for me as a background, you see here, but a little of this. So if I can try this as a to fit instead of full to fill, so this looks good, right? So I could have an option to choose as a fill. This is additional thing that I can do it. So this is how you could actually do your customization. And also let me talk about other color combinations where you might have to manage. For example, under colors you have something called the accent color. What exactly is this is, let's say if I want to change my sound, so you see here, this is the actually background, it is coming as the automated color, which is actually matching with my background. So background image, the reason being we have chosen here accent color as automatic. Instead, if I choose as a manual and choose this color example, what would happen is all these highlighted things are coming into this color that we have chosen. So you could have customized this in case if you just want it like this. You have all the time this customization options, and if you see here the selection of the personalization also, here it is actually showing as the a line with a blue color, right? And this also can be customized. So this is called accent color, and this is gonna change based on your selection. And finally, if you choose as automatic, it actually matches with your background image or background screen. Let's say if I just click here, as you could see here, the both are matching. So that's how it looks like. This is something that you should be able to do it on your own, and this is very easy to do. And also you could do some other customization by looking into it. I hope the short lecture is useful for you. Changing your background image is very important. As you look at the screen, lot of time you'll be spending on the screen. So I think it's good to choose the really wanted wallpaper for you. Hi there. In this short lecture, we will learn about
how to use Microsoft Office, which comes as a free as a bundle application services. So that being said, let's say if you do not have a premium version of Microsoft Office, you still can use with Windows 11 or 10. There's something called a Office icon will be available. This is a bundled application, meaning it's a web application, but it looks like here with an icon, and when you open up this, you will have the limited version of Microsoft Office application. So you could actually use it even though you do not have Office license, and it's a free and Microsoft Office for everyone for free with a limited configuration. So that being said, let's try to see what it is. Just to let you know that I've already logged in as the Microsoft Online account, and I do not have here MS Office on this machine. Also, you see here I do not have any Microsoft Office installed on this machine, and this is the icon that I have on my start button. Or if you just go to your Office applications list, you have Office. So if you just click on that, it actually opens within a web page. So this itself a web page. Within that, it is trying to open up, and it says that, hey, if you do not have Microsoft Online account, please do create one or sign in with that. So in our case, we've already logged into Microsoft account, so you don't need to create one, but it gives you some kind of wizard saying that, hey, welcome to your new Office experience, which is for free forever actually, and you could create it. But in case if you're trying to use a premium one, you could see the pricing and you could buy it. But in my case, I don't want to go for the premium one, but I just wanted to show you here how actually Office bundle application looks like. So you see here we worked in the previous lectures with a different MS Office applications that all are coming up here. The reason being, it's a Microsoft Online account, right? So if you sign in with your Microsoft Online account, here it actually comes up everything, and you have an option here with the Word document can be opened. For example, revision 2, you could open this document, and we can see this document, right? And also we could work by creating a new document if you want, or we can create a general notes document over the web, or if you want we could create a PowerPoint or some other application also directly. So if you see here the version 2 document open, and other new document and new document 1, and here the version 2 document, because we clicked more than once, right? So we have all the options here. With this, once you have worked it, you could actually close it. So similarly, all the applications you have, so what it comes Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, and OneDrive, Microsoft Teams, and OneNote, and to-do list, and other family safety applications. If you are more interested, you could actually click on this icon to view what all the applications offers for free, and you could use it. Okay, my friends. And in fact, I lost internet, seems to be, that's why it's showing as I'm in offline. So people who do not want to, or who do not have the Office 365 applications, they could actually use this for free of cost, and it comes for every individual person who has a Microsoft account. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this.
Hi there. Windows 11 include some of the built-in applications. For example, within this lecture, we will focus on built-in application called Photos, and you could use the Photos application to edit your existing photos, and you could work with that application. So that being said, you could open Photos application from your applications, or you could if you have pinned it, that's fine. Otherwise, you could go here and search within the letter P, you have a photos. So let me open this. So what happened is, with this, all the photos are coming up, and I could able to see my existing photos, right? And just to let you know that this is a tricky thing how these photos are coming up, because if you just go back to my photos within this pictures, so I have here photos directory. So whatever the directory here it includes, so these are coming from here. But how that is coming? The reason being, you have here somewhere under settings there's a folder, you see here. So this is where the folder was coming up, right? If I just click on it, it actually opens this. Let's say you want to include some other folder, feel free to include by adding another folder. For example, photos 2, I wanted to include this folder, so some more photos will come up here. If I just go back here, now more photos are coming up, like passion fruit photos and a lot of other photos are coming up. So how this is coming is because with the settings, right? So if I don't want that, I can simply remove that. And if I go back here, I'll have a very limited photos which are coming from my photos directory. And here you have a different views, like you could view at once in this way, or medium or full size photos in a large view, so that you could work on it. And you could simply select like this, and you could also add them to download, or you could add to an album. So within this you also have an option called editing or creating an album. For example, I can create here nature as an album, so that all these photos falls under nature album. So I could do that, I could do like that. And later point, if I go to the albums, I can see here nature album, there are 3 different photos are coming up, right? So I have an all options, and I can even play these 3 things which plays as a slideshow automatically. And you could finish this as a video, or you could copy them. So you have all these options automatically, and so built in, so you could make out of your photos and a video with the added music easily, right? And let's also look at on the other sharing options. So you could actually share for other people also. Of course, this is already signed in with Microsoft account here, in this case with my account. And folders we did talk about, and you could also do editing also by creating a new photos to audio video project, and then you could export that into MP4 format. And apart from that, you also have an options from the settings for most of the application, not just with this. Let's say if it is a notepad also, you also have something called appearance. This is where you could go for a dark or light mode, and later on you need to close the application and reopen it, so that this mode gets appeared for the appearance. So this is the same thing for other applications. In this case, for example, built-in application called notepad, I have the same option here. From a settings, I could simply go here and use the app theme, dark or light, all of that, which is quite common. And this specific setting is a built-in setting for most of the Microsoft applications. And that being said, let's also look into other settings within this. So you have connected your USB drive or your camera SD card, and you want to import it, or you want to import from a different folder. You could do that directly from here. If you just click on here import, you could do that from your connected USB stick or memory card reader, or even from a folder. Let's say I want to import from a folder. I could simply select, for example, photos 2 and simply import. So that's going to import all of these photos that are available. Simply all 46 items can be imported. The photos got imported, 46 items. Now all these photos will be moved to the new photos directly here within this. And if you want to keep it, you could always keep it by choosing a folder when you're trying to import, for example this one. So what I can say is here, hey, before you import, please keep the original files there. So I have an option to keep it, or I could delete from the original location, or I could select only the required photos. So these are the things that you could work with the built-in application called Photos application within Microsoft Windows 11. You also have the editor option. Let me also show you the editing option. You could actually simply make a story of your photos, can be imported, and then you could make a video out of it. Let's say I can simply click on add, and I can either add from my collection of photos. For example, these three I have already added. For example, I want to add this photo and then a specific photo like this, and simply click on add. That would add all these photos, and then simply drag and drop. For example, I want this photo first, and then I want other photos to follow. So I could add here, and I can also add, this is going to be 3 seconds time, so I wanted to reduce to 1 second, and all of this to be edited, and I want some other text to be come up here, so I can do that. Before that, let me add some other photos, good looking photos like these, and the time duration, as we said, you could add 1 second time, so that would be interesting. And later point, you could also add your text by choose the text format or the styles that you wanted, either it's top or bottom. You can choose it, and simply once you have chosen, you could type here, for example, passion fruit, and simply I don't want this on the top, it doesn't look good, so here or bottom would be looks good. So I could do this. Now the passion fruit has been added. Now I can play this complete as a video and see how this looks like. So I can add some kind of audio also. 3D effects also I can be added for this. For example, this kind of effect, or I can rotate that, all of that stuff. Filters again, this is where actually photo editing would come into the picture. So you could do such kind of built-in filters, can be play according to your requirement, and then you simply have to save this or finish this video, or you could even add some kind of background music. For example, in this case, happy music was added, and finish the audio with higher resolution and more options. Simple export. This is going to export to my video files. So simply I wanted to show or save here to my pictures as a new video. That's it. It takes some time to edit the entire video which we have just created. So it's done. Now you see here, it's a nice video, nice music, all of that stuff is coming up. Let's say you want to edit the existing photos. That is possible with the Photos application. So if I just go to my photos here, for example, I want to edit maybe the simple horse photo. What I can do is I can open up this and click on this edit image. This actually gives me an option for cropping by default, or adjustments with the brightness and contrast and exposure, shades, all of that can be done. And also color saturation, you could play with this. And the filters are the things which are built in here, like warm or radiate or golden. So you could choose it the way you want it. Once you finish your editing, you could either save as a copy, or you can save the original one. So it all depends which one you want to save. For example, I want to save as a original one. It actually makes the changes to the original file. So but by default it will give you an option for save as. So these are the things that you could do it. For example, these are the photos you could edit, and you could write something on this with a markup, highlight something, and then you could work either save or kind of things. That's all about the Photos application. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. We'll come back to the next lecture with another topic. Thank you.
Hi there. In this short lecture, we will learn about Microsoft Edge and how to browse web pages within this lecture. So let's begin. To get the Microsoft Edge, it will be pinned on your taskbar. If not, you can click on the Start button, go to All Applications, and in alphabetic order, you could see from Edge, Microsoft Edge in the letter M, you would find out. So if you just click on it, it actually opens the Microsoft Edge window, and this is where you call it as the address bar. You can type here any kind of web information. Here is a quick tip I would like to share here. For example, your website starts with www, so you could actually type it here, www dot, and then maybe let's say if it is dhl.com, you could actually hit enter. That actually takes to the website page. But here is a quick tip. Even though if you would like to type it www, you can ignore this everything, okay, and simply type the URL, which is in this case dhl.com. That would actually even though redirects automatically. And other tip would be, if it is a .com, just type the web address, that's a name, and then press Control key and hit enter key. That would add www in front and the end as a .com. Of course, this tip doesn't work for .NET websites or .org. It just works for .com. Okay, friends, there is another thing. If you really don't know what is that website information, you can always hit that context and then hit the enter key or return key. That will actually take it to the search. And there are by default Microsoft Bing is a search engine, and you could change that also if you want, but it actually gives the information about the website that we have, related information what we have typed here. And you could visit by going to this blue color things, which are hyperlinked or the web link we call it. So if I just click on it, it actually changes to hand with a finger, right? So same thing, even some of the images also will be hyperlinked. For example, this image DHL logo is hyperlinked, and if I just type it also, it goes to another website. So let me click on this site, and it actually opened in a new tab, meaning I could actually interact with every tab. A tab is like a page where you could actually interact by, if you want to, you can go back to the previous state as it is in a different window. You, for example, here some of the information is there. You could find out this DHL logistics information, and this continues here, and this page is as it is will be there. And here somewhere this information will be loading or working on a different website altogether, right? So this is how you could switch between tabs. And for your information, you can always use the go back or forward keys. For example, this would take it to that simple maps information, which was a previous page, right? And that way you could work on it by going back and forward. And also you could track, for example, you want to open in a new tab, right click by selecting that hyperlink and open in a new tab. This will open that information or that page in a new tab information. That's how it's going to work. Let's say if this is a news web page or website, content might be updated, right? So you could actually click on this page to refresh, so that if any content gets changed, it's gonna come up here. For example, your Twitter feeds kind of things, definitely when you refresh by this page, it actually loads with the latest information from that web page. And also to navigate your tabs, you have another option. Most of the people may not use this, but it is very interesting. If you see here in the left side, you have a tab action menu. So if you just click on this tab action menu, you could actually turn this into vertical tabs, meaning what would happen is all the tabs becomes as the left side. And if you just click on this collapse panel, it will be here, and you could switch back when you move the cursor. Here, for example, I want DHL specific information. I could switch back like this. and I can work on it. This is very interesting and easiest a trick that you could use it anytime if you would like to use as a vertical tabs. You can love it, right? And when it comes to saving these tabs, you do have two options. One could be you can manage your favorites. So any website, for example, I don't want to open again and again this website example. I can simply click on this button to add to favorite. So favorites is an easiest way to access. Again, instead of you type, you can simply go to your favorites and you can access it. So to do access, you can click on here favorites. Okay, when you click on it, it will be showing. So there is another option. You can always show the favorites bar when you click on this always, meaning it actually comes here. Whatever the website you're actually adding will be appear just below your address bar. So for example, if I just close all of these example, I can simply open up and then click on this to go to the same page which we saved as a favorite, right? Let me open a couple of other tabs here for tracking, for shipping, for services like I've worked on multiple web pages. So now think about it. How can I save all of these web pages as my instead of a favorite? Is there any other option? Yes, that's nothing but the collections. So what you could do is you could actually save these web pages as a collections. I can simply click on this plus button, which is gonna save as a collection. Simply I can save on this. So simply new collection. So this is going to be added as a collection. So you could rename my collection example, something like that. You can always do it. So these things can add to your collection. So in case if you want to reopen, simply go back to this collection and choose a website that you are actually working on. It can be simply open up from here. It's just like a favorites, but collections are more easy to access for multiple sites that can be part of your collection. Let's say one collection for your songs, or could be for movies, or some other for your knowledge share, or maybe some of them for your social communication, or maybe for designing, architecting, or maybe technical documentation purpose. So there could be different options that you could actually use it, right? This is all about the Microsoft Edge browser settings. Hi there. Now we will move to how to clear your browsing history. Let's say I browsed I opened a couple of websites at this point of time, and I would like to clear all of my history within Microsoft Edge. And your history is a log. When we talk about the log, that consists of all the visited most recent websites, all of that information will be there. As you go, it will show you that entire list for you. So it can really helpful if you're trying to remember a page that you saw a few days ago, but you cannot remember now, and you want to again go back and check that history log to browse it. Or maybe it's a privacy concern, you want to just take it out from the server so that you could look into it. In Microsoft Edge, you can click on the button of the three dots, and you see here something called a history. So if you just go to this history, it will show up all that website that are that has been visiting from a different days. So if you don't want something like maybe a DHL search information, you can simply click on this delete button. That would take out the history. Similarly, you could take out other information also by clicking on this into mark or the cross mark. So this is how it's going to work. And in case if you want to know more information, again you could actually click here directly from the clear browsing data, that is going to clear. Or if you want more information, you could actually go to the tools settings, and within this privacy you can just look at the check out the history, so that it's going to talk about the history. For example, if I just go to privacy and search, you can see here tracking and prevention. You could track prevention with a basic, a balanced, or strict.
or you could clear the complete browsing history. So if you just click on choose what to clear, there are a couple of things: that browsing history, download history, cookies and other site data, also your passwords, also in case if you saved any of the passwords within this browser, that also can be cleared out, or autofilling information. So you must be sure that you know what you're trying to clear, and that is just for the 1 hour or all the time, that you just have to think about it, and then you should be able to clear out. For example, I don't want to clear cookies and other site information, just the I wanted to clear out browsing history. That's going to clear everything. So make sure that you check out this specific settings pan, where it has a lot of other settings also. It's not just the browsing history, but also it talks about other important information. You just go through this so that it can help you to better understand about your privacy and your search preferences or other services that are offered by Microsoft Edge. Hi there. In this short lecture, we will learn about Microsoft Teams. Yes, Microsoft Teams has different versions which is available. I'm not talking about the Microsoft Teams for work or school. I'm talking about the personal application. So there's a difference. If I go through start menu and show you, if I just go to Microsoft Teams, you have here Microsoft Teams, which comes as a built-in. This does not need any kind of license. All it needs is just a Microsoft account or Microsoft Online account that we have created in the past, right? So the same account can be used, and you can communicate with personally with anybody. You get all the features, but this is the account where you must have to log in with your school account, or maybe your work account. So there is a difference between these two. I hope it is clear for you the difference. Now let's have a look on how we can see this icon. So this little icon actually talks about the Microsoft Teams, which comes as a free and also built in with Windows 11. So if I just go back to all apps, I can see here Microsoft Teams. In the past, I have shown you the two different icons, with one without school or work in the bracket, and this one is also Microsoft Teams. So the major difference between this start menu and other start menu is it has MS Office, and here we do not have Microsoft Teams code installed. That's why we do not see that other application. So it can be installed, it can be used for your personal purpose, very similar to your Skype. You remember the olden days we used to use this Skype, right? That has been eventually migrated to Microsoft Teams now. So if I just click on this, it can open Microsoft Teams. Before that, you see here this little icon is coming up here. If you do not see this icon, you can configure with your personalization settings from a taskbar or the system settings, and then go to personalization. You could toggle this on off button for chat so that this icon can come up. This is nothing but your Microsoft Teams account. So I'll just close this by toggling on. I can start this simply by clicking here, and I should be able to start a chat. I can make a call, all of that stuff I can do it. Or I can simply quickly go to Microsoft Teams here and open up that. So I can see here a lot of other chats. If I have anything here, it will come up. Or I can schedule a calendar based Teams also, maybe for my personal meetings. Okay, now let's have a conversation. For example, I wanted to have a chat conversation with other guy. To start the communication with another user, all you have to do is click on New Start or this little icon, New Chat, or Control N, enter the user account, and then select that user, and simply type hi or whatever the text message. Then automatically it will pop up, and that message will come as a notification for the end user. So same thing goes in if that user is responding or accepting. So let me show you the acceptancy. For example, this is what the ping coming from other user. I'm sorry, I'm actually showing from another computer also the
screen. So you see here, this is a screen from other computer, and the back end is with the original computer where I pinged. So this the other computer is responding. So if I just accept here, this little icons or the face with logo communication, we can actually communicate, right? So if I type hello, hello is going, everything is going to communicate. In case if I want, make a call, I can make a call, or I can do even video call, and I can, when I press a video call, it actually points like this with Microsoft calling option. So in case if I accept, it will come up, or I can decline whatever the calls. I can do even camera specific background effects also can apply, for example, just like this in the back end, so that it will come up that background, all of that stuff. Or we could even decline this call here and can communicate further with over the meeting. So to schedule a meeting, all you have to do is just go to your calendar and choose a time. For example, I want 8 a.m. 8 a.m. with my PST time zone. Then I would say that this could be morning teams catch up. Simply send this to the person who you want to send it. For example, I want to send it to this guy between 8 to 8:30 a.m. and the location would be the Teams. Simple, and send it. So this is going to send an email, automated email, along with the calendar alert for the user, and the user will receive a link also to join it. In case if you would like to join, all you have to do is just copy this link and share it to other user, or you can also join with the link, or else you can simply go to calendar, and this time it will show 8 to 8:30 this call, and you see it is pop-up also coming to join. Or you could use teams.live, this link, to communicate or join into the meeting. So this is how it's going to work for your Teams. Hope this helps you to understand about Microsoft Teams compared with Microsoft Teams for work and school, and also the use cases of Microsoft Teams.
Hi there, let's have a look on how to work with online accounts by linking your mails and your people and calendar. So to do that, you could actually do it directly from settings. So from the settings, you can go to accounts, and this is where you have an option for your email and the accounts. And to use your mail application, which is very important, right, to send an email or to use your calendar or your contacts, you need to actually link up your Microsoft account. In my case, I have already linked up, but we could do it here one more time. So you could see here one account got linked. So in case if you want to add one more account, you can simply click on add. This is one way. So if I click on add, this is going to open up my account information with multiple normal email accounts, for example your Outlook or your Gmail account. So you don't need to enter any further details except your email ID. For example, if you have a Yahoo ID, you simply have to click on Yahoo ID and then give that emailing information. Similarly, all these like Outlook, Hotmail, MSN, Live, all of that are available. But in case if you want to create one, you could create a free account from here. And also if your web servers or your mail servers are not listed, you could actually choose POP or IMAP based or advanced setup, so that you need to enter your SMTP address or your POP address or IMAP address and the port numbers, all of that advanced configurations. Even this application, which is Microsoft Mail application, also works. This default application also works for your Microsoft 365 specific applications, also can be opened directly from here. So it all depends what kind of application you want to use it, but you could actually link up here. By linking these, you can access your emails, calendar and contacts directly from Windows 11. That's an advantage, and this is one option. And let me show you another option. In case if it is not added, you can simply click on mail application. This is going to ask some of the couple of questions. For the first time, if you have not logged in with Microsoft account, this is going to ask you a lot of other questions very similar to that wizard. Or else you could add one more account also directly from here by going to settings, and then you can go to manage accounts. This is where it's already linked up, that's why all the emails are opening up. But you could actually do it by click on add, so the same wizard will come up which we have done from here. The similar wizard, similar thing will come up here, and you could choose any of the account. For example, in my case, if I want to communicate with Gmail, mails to be configured, I might use here, simply type my Gmail account information, and then that would automatically configure. And in case if I use any Office 365 configuration, I can similarly Yahoo or iCloud from Apple or any other services manually I would be giving here. Or in case if I don't have Microsoft account, online account, I would create a one for me.
Hi there. In the short lecture, we will learn about Microsoft Mail application, which comes as a default with Windows 11. So this is the application. This application is for sending and receiving email that comes with Windows, is called Mail. I have actually pinned it to the start menu, so I could easily launch it from here. In case if I want to launch from application, all I have to do is I have to go to letter M in alphabetic order under all apps, and I could launch it from here. I assume that in the previous lecture you have already linked your Microsoft online accounts or other accounts to your computer, so that when you launch this, you would be able to see all your emails. In case if you have a multiple accounts, you could actually add here as a new mail, and then, or maybe you could actually go to the settings and manage accounts. This is where you could add another email box or another account, and when you're trying to send the emails, you would notice from here how to send that. So I assume that you have already configured your email account or email accounts, more than one account, by using previous lecture. And within this lecture, we will focus on how to send in and receive emails, and how to compose all of that information with respect to this specific application called Mail application. That being said, if I try to zoom a little here and there, you see this interface automatically changes. When you move here and there, actually the controls are very less when compared with the maximizing. So it's better always to maximize so that you get all the controls and then you can work on it. To check your emails, you could actually see from here, which is showing here in a focus with the blue bold lines, which says that this email is unread. In case if I see something like these two, it means the emails already I read them. So this is how you could differentiate, and all the emails will come here. So this is also called inbox with a focused, and there is something called other. So if you see here, there's an other category of the inbox email also came, which talks about some other response. So this might not be a focused one, but it is also an email. So there's a difference between focused inbox and other emails. So you could see here only unread or flagged or mentioned by, for example, if somebody is mentioned my name to action, then I could filter or by date or by name. All of that stuff can be done from here. Also, I do have here managing with a checkbox. For example, I want to delete them. I could select multiple, and then I can do an action for delete, or move them to maybe some other folder, or maybe I could do some other actions like setting a flag to read or to do some other actions. So these things can be done from inbox or from this specific panel. For example, if I wanted to respond any of the email, I can simply select that email so that it actually comes into the reading panel, and then I have a couple of action here to perform, or I can do even right click and to get
to perform some kind of actions, for example archiving, deleting, moving to a different folder, or setting a flag or unread so that mail is set to unread state, or I can ignore, or I can mark it as a junk or spam mail. So these are the actions. So now how would I respond to this email? So select that message and click on reply. So when you say reply, it actually sends an email to this email ID. And if you click on reply to all, it might mention in a CC somebody else, or maybe in other people also it will respond. So if I just click on reply all, so it is actually, in case if you have a more than one account, it's going to show you here multiple account information, and it is actually sending to the email to the people. Let's say I want to send it to this email to some other guy, so I need to just type here the email address of the person, and also I could do here simply a CC list or BCC by clicking here. So I can simply use another person, in this case like a Gmail ID in this case, or I can mark into the BCC. So when you set as a BCC, the mail actually will send as an information, and the person doesn't know these people who are in marked as a to a CC list. So this will be a useful, and this is where you could actually type the message. For example, hi Patty, this is a test email from your new account. So I'm just typing this. So you could also send here a signature. So signature can be configured directly from here, from a settings. Click on signature and simply type here, instead of the sent from mail, you could actually get the signature can be written to all accounts. Let's say you have a more than one account email ID, you could do that also. Let's say I want to type it here, regards. This is what normally people will do, right? And then I would give here my phone number also, maybe like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, and the country code, and then click on save, whatever my designation, all of that stuff. Then if I just double click on this, I would be able to see. But remember, if you see here, this is in a draft. So there is something called inside the email app, there's a drafts mail. Draft is something like you shared or you saved for some time, then it would actually come up. So in this case, there was some email which we typed it, that would come up here. Let's say if you want to send this email as it is, you can simply click on send button here to send it. If you want to discard, you could always discard. So let me click on send. So this email already sent, and now let's also have a check on a new email, writing that automatically our signature is coming up. And in any case, if you want to pop out to a maximum bigger size, you could actually click here to maximize, and so that you get the good experience as a complete full screen window. And in case if you have a more than one account configured, you might have to switch here from where you're actually sending. And this is how it's going to work. And you also have other options like zooming, finding within the text here. So all of that stuff, you can attach any of the file. For example, I want to attach this test file as an attachment to send it, so that it gets uploaded, and later point you could simply send as an attachment, right? And you could insert, copy, emoji, a lot of things can be done. But at the end, if you compare with Microsoft Outlook, which is a Office Outlook, then with the mail, it's not a it doesn't have a much greater features, but yes, it's a free and that's a premium one. So if you do not have a license with Microsoft Office specific license, you could always use this mail application, which makes our life easy, which is a built-in and it's a free for use. Let's have a check on understanding about the focus in other settings. So focus is something that you're really focusing on the emails that are very important might be, and others are the regular emails like promotional, or it could be some kind of other emails, but they are not really productive emails, or not really for focusing to work on those. So focus is in another way, it's a regular communication between you're making with your users.
and these are some kind of subscription emails. All of that comes under other settings. Let's say you don't want these things. In that situation, you should click on gearbox or settings, and then click on focus inbox, and you can turn off this so that this focus and other will come into one. In case if you have a more than one, you can drop down and turn off or turn on. So now you see here the focus is gone and just the inbox is coming, and other settings are the other important settings that you could work would be, let's say, how many emails from a very long you want to sync it. Let's say you might have maybe a 1 year back old emails also, or last 2 weeks or 7 days. So do you want to really sync all of them or not? That also can be configured from the settings, and you could click on manage accounts and then select your account. So in my case, this is my hot Outlook account, and this is where I can click on my sync settings. Let's say I can choose here automated syncing as it arrives, or every 15 minutes to sync it, so that it actually waits every 15 minutes and it starts syncs, or the better option would be as items arrive. And the other one would be download email. So let's say you want to only sync the last 3 month latest emails. You don't want to keep everything. Then you could choose it, or last 3 days, so that it just goes away, including the contacts and calendars and emails you are choosing as a sync option. So if I just click on OK and save, so last 3 days emails will be only synced up. This is how it's going to work on sync specific settings that can be configured for your mail application. Let's have a look on calendar specific settings from Microsoft Mail application, which is a built-in. So in this case, you can click here by opening the mail application, click on calendar. This is going to open up a new window, new application altogether. So this is a different application altogether, but it is integrated. But if you could see, there are actually some of the calendar activities are coming up. So if I just click on today, it's actually view will change to the day or week or month wise. You can have a look on it. And other setting would be, if let's say if you have a more than one account, definitely here it will be listed as one more account specific settings, just like could be Microsoft account, Office 365 account, or Gmail, all of that account. So what happened is here we actually synchronizing with our online account. That's why we are able to see here an account. So this account specific calendar is getting synced here, and I could even do the configuration for setting up one email. For example, maybe let's say 3 p.m. if I want to set some kind of meeting alert, I could see like one time meeting with customer. I can do it, and the location would be Teams or whatever it is. You just type it, whatever the name of the location or the room number, all of that, and then you could have more options with date and time. If you want all day, you can take it. Even you could do the repeat it on a specific days, like I want it on Monday and Friday and Wednesday, 3 days. And this could be this could be a regular meeting or kind of thing. You could type it and send it so that it actually sends. But before that, you need to target to the person. So in my case, I'm just typing here. So simply type the email ID that you wanted to use it. Example, I have given some email ID and send it. That's it. It's going to send. And if you have a look on your weekly, it actually sends like the based on the day and specific settings, it actually configures. So if I just go to the next week, I also have 2 day specific activities. This is how you could actually configure emails, and you could send it. When you wanted to reset to today's date, you can simply click on today. That actually take it to the current day. Later point, you can click on day, and based on your calendar hours, you could actually do the configuration for any day specific events. That's how you could do it. And other way of easy to schedule email or appointments or meetings would be simply click on the month view, for example, or week view, and let's say on Thursday you want to have some meeting around 5 p.m. example. You can simply click on that time with here 5 p.m. and then you could enter the details, and in the more details you can enter the email ID that you wanted to configure as the email as a target a recipient, and then type it whatever you want. For example, agenda would be get to know or whatever the agenda, simply 5 p.m. catch up call, and send. That's it. It's gonna save here. If you see 5 p.m. specific, and you could join by online. This is how you could configure your calendar based appointments automatically based on a weekly view or monthly view or yearly view or whatever the day and date specific you could configure. When it comes to modification of any of the events or appointments or your calendar activities, you could do it very easily. For example, if I'm in a weekly view, I don't want this daily post lunch, which is happening as the repeated event instead of the 1:30 p.m. I wanted this to move to after 2 to 2:30 p.m. How would I do that? Simply select that specific event and click on edit series and simply change the timing that you wanted to do it. For example, instead of the 1:30 p.m. I want 2 to 2:30 p.m. and simply send it. So this is going to be updated for everything to 1:30 to 2 p.m. It will move on it, and this isn't fully automated. Let's say I wanted to delete for Monday calendar, for example, on time. There's a one-time meeting with someone. I wanted to delete this. What I can do is either I can cancel it so that this entire series gets cancelled, or I can do a series level modification. For example, I don't want it to happen on a Monday or Friday. Instead, I want it on a specific day. Then I would be choosing here daily or maybe yearly calendar activities based on my requirement, and I should be able to do it. But in case if I want to cancel it, I can simply cancel this to everyone, and that's gone from my calendar. Okay, now let's say I want to delete a single event. I can simply edit this, and I should be able to cancel this so that it goes completely away from my calendar, and the same notification also sends to other recipient within this calendar or within this invitation. And you should be able to see here join.skype, this email they would be able to join, right? So this entire thing gets cancelled by sending cancel due to other bookings example, and that's it, it's gone. This is how you would use the Microsoft mail application as well as the calendar application. Now let's have a look on managing your contacts. Within Microsoft mail application, we call this contacts application as a people. So you see here, this is for email, we talked about it, and this is calendar. Now this is the time to click on people. So when you click on it, again, it comes as very similar. You can maximize, you could start doing the importing contacts from an account that you might have, for example Office 365 or your free account, all of that stuff. So in my case, this account is not configured with a free account, so I can simply use to sign in so that I should be able to see all the contacts that have been communicating with the people here. In case if you have already configured your account, you can click on settings to see here all the accounts that you have already configured. And for the syncing, again, here when you click on it, the contacts can be synced. So here in my case, for the emails, only 3 days, that's what we have configured, and but now the contacts are getting synced. So that's how you do the configuration. And later point, to add any of the accounts manually, you could always do it. For example, Pavan here, I'm just trying to create an account, and the mobile number +91, and I'm just giving 12345 a dummy number in this case, and personal email ID in this case be pavan26@outlook.com, and that's my personal email, official email address, all of that stuff, and then it gets saved here. And let people make calls using your linked phone. Yes, then automatically call with a phone link. With this button, people can automatically dial to this number, right? You have an option, so you could actually create multiple contacts by clicking on plus button, and or you could also import in case if you have other email accounts. From there you could start connecting all of that user accounts. Since we have just created an people's account here, one contact, we should be able to see now from a mail this people's. For example, if I try to compose a new email and just click on this people or the see or choose contacts, it actually lists that users that are already in the list. For example, it automatically comes and click on OK, it actually writes that email address, so you no need to type it. Even in fact, if you just type like this and press Control K in Outlook MS Office, it actually retrieves from a gal, right? So that option is here. Just click on this little icon and choose the account that you wanted to send an email. This is how you could actually use the people's or the contacts options. There is another way of sending an email. So also, for example, I should click on people and select your contact, and you could see here email button. So if you just click on that, it automatically opens that, and it also puts the user email ID, and then you could compose it the email that you wanted. So I would like to discard here. I hope these settings makes easy for you to work with your mail application. In case if you would like to work with a to-do list, you just click on this. So this is a to-do list that can be work, for example, based on the categories, and the day complete activities can be recorded here, and that can be flagged. All of that stuff can be done. You could assign yourself what are the tasks are important, all of that. So this is a great way to use a Microsoft To Do, but I'm not going to cover much on that, but that's also one of other useful tool to manage your day with the help of to-do list. That being said, I hope this entire lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. We'll catch you in the next lecture. Hope this helps in order to configure your account information. Now let's look at how to use the application, that's Mail app, and also essential settings within the Mail app, and using the calendar and contacts that we will look into the next lecture. For now, we'll take a break. Hi there. In the short lecture, we will learn about how to configure your application privacy and permission settings. When it comes to the privacy, it is very key and very important to understand what exactly the privacy options that you have with the default applications or the applications that you are trying to install. Let's see, if I try to open up my calendar, so calendar might have an access to email or maybe calendar specific days, right? So this configuration would be available within the settings. You have a privacy and security. So this is where it actually talks about all the privacy settings with respect to Windows 11. Let's say if I want to talk about a common things, for example, location. So if I just click on location, this location specific configuration is enabled for your camera, meaning if I try to take a picture from a camera, the location will be saved or will be attached to the photographs that I take with the camera, and if it required, it will access that access. And this is a global setting. If I do not want any of the applications to use my location services, then I can turn off, or I can turn on off based on the applications that
I wanted. For example, Microsoft Map. If I try to open Microsoft Map, it might open up an application which is automatically detects my current location, and that's again a privacy concern. If I don't want, I can turn off so that maps cannot access my current location. And same thing goes for Microsoft Teams and other services. Right now, let's also think about other privacy settings that are available other than the location. You also have for camera. So for camera, these are all the applications that have access to camera. For example, Microsoft Store can use your camera, Xbox Game Bar can use your camera access, and Feedback Hub can use your camera access. In case if you do not want these things, and if you don't know these applications why they are using, you can turn it off because it's a concern of privacy. And similarly, in case if this is a mandatory to access the camera, the application might not work in case if you stop it, or it might not work with respect to do the actions or to do the work with respect to the camera access functionality. And same thing, voice activation and Cortana specific. If you want to use, you can click on this button to activate your personal assistant. And these are other settings that you could configure, and you can clearly check out what are those actions or what are those privacy and security concerns that can be taken. And these are the Windows permissions which talks about your advertising information, which will track and it will give it to the Bing server, so that when you browse something from the edge, it actually gives that relevant ads to you. And similarly, these are the settings that I would talk about the privacy and security. Last but least would be very good information that to know. For example, let's say I want to go for camera or maybe calendar or any of the application. We wanted to know what kind of privacy settings that it is actually requested. Let's say if I just go to camera, right click and click on more, and then go to app settings. So this is where it actually goes to apps and app features and camera, and you see here app has a permissions to look at your location and camera, microphone and videos. So these are the things that are by default it is actually getting access. In case if you do not want, you can turn off the location and rest of the things based on your requirement and based on your privacy and security concerns. You could do that. To conclude, before we close up, you should be sure that you should be aware of when applications ask permissions like privacy concern specific application, then you should be careful what you are actually granting that. Let's say if I try to open maybe camera application or some other application that might request your privacy and security specific questions, and you should be make sure that whether they are really worth to grant or not. Thank you for watching this. We'll catch you in the next lecture for installing application from Microsoft Store application. Hi there, in this short lecture we will focus on installing applications from Microsoft Store app. So Microsoft has all the application and games and also movies and TV shows are storing from one application called Microsoft Store, which is very similar to your Google Play Store or App Store from Apple. And this can be found from a start button somewhere it is pinned. In case if it is not, you can go to all apps and click on with the sorting order alphabetical M, you have your Microsoft Store. So if you just click on this, it actually open up this Microsoft Store. And if I can maximize this, I could see better view so that I can explain easily. In the left side, you could see this is the home where which talks about a lot of other things directly from here. But if you see here, there are three different settings. So we'll come from bottom to top, the first thing is movies and TVs. This is where you can get the movies and TV shows, all of that stuff, and their applications, OTT applications, all of that stuff. And gaming, again, with respect to the Microsoft Windows specific gaming, can be utilized here, or gaming specific applications can be purchased or downloaded. When it comes to the apps, we will be focusing here within this lecture and about more and more about the applications. So this is where all the applications are available, which can be installed directly from Microsoft Store. But to use this Microsoft Store application, you should be sure that you have already logged in with Microsoft Online account. In my case, I have already logged in with Microsoft Online account. Let's say you would like to purchase some of the applications. Make sure that the payment details to be updated. For example, if I go here, it's gonna cost me close to $45, and this amount will be deducted from my credit card or from my gift card, which I have to add here from my settings, manage account and devices. Within this you have your payment options, so you need to add your credit card details, or you can redeem a code or a gift card, otherwise the payment cannot be made. Of course, there are a few of the applications that are also available as a free of cost, that you don't need to mention any kind of payment details for this kind of for free applications. Okay, with that all in our mind, let's find out some kind of important applications or some of test applications that we could use within this demo. There are a group of different applications made as collections. Let's say if you're talking about the security, you have a different set of collections you could focus on, or you could have a best creativity apps. If you just click on it, it actually loads a bundle of applications that focuses on your productivity. Or in case if you just wanted, you can simply go to the home and you could find out from applications like paid application, or maybe you have here options like a filtering, what you wanted to filter, and based on that you could purchase some kind of applications. Let's say I want to search here maybe office application. Here just click on office, so you have office 365, office 365 personal, like that. Many of things are available, you could directly purchase from here, and you can be productive, or you could use that application directly on an immediate basis. Let's say I want WPS Office for free office suite, which is an open office kind of thing. I can click on get. This is gonna come up in a minute or so by downloading, and it becomes as an app for me. And you could see here it's currently downloading state. Once it is downloaded, it's gonna simply install the application. Once the application is downloaded and installed, click on open button to utilize that application. So this is how it comes up. I'll agree, and I could use the Word document creation or spreads, whatever the document that I could use it. In case if I want to purchase, I can directly go ahead and purchase. This is in a different purchase mechanism, but in general, if you see any of the applications here that want to be purchase, let's say this one, for example, Microsoft 365 personal for close to $70, I could directly purchase per year basis. And this application can, of course, to purchase you need to add your Microsoft payment details here, and once you have done that configuration, you can purchase them. So when you purchase this application can be used close to 10 different devices. All you have to do is you have to log in with the same account so that it will be available. So how can I find out the install or purchase application is something you could find from a library. So when you click on library, library will be very useful. This is where you can see the applications that are you purchased. All of them can be you can see here. For example, these are some of the applications that we purchased, and in case if these applications are available as updates, you could click on here to get updates and can be updated those applications to the up to date. This is how you could update even applications, and purchased application also can be find here, and you could open them. For example, here Microsoft Office is trying to download the latest update, and Microsoft Web Experience also getting downloaded, and it got better by updating this specific application. That's how it's going to work, the applications from a library. Few other more important points would be with respect to the Microsoft Store would be you can see more and more applications in a recent past. The reason being, in the past we used to only allow, that's Microsoft used to allow only the applications that are universal application design. Now Microsoft come up with a new plan to allow all kind of applications that you could develop. The best one of the example would be the Zoom. So Zoom call or Zoom application is not a universal application in the past. Now it can be now used the cloud meetings with non universal applications also available, so that you could use them. So that's why you could see more and more applications now within Microsoft Store. So you can find more and more applications. That's a takeout. Now the store is not only the way to install new software in Windows 11, but it is very easy to use. So if you cannot find any of the application that you need in Microsoft Store, then it's probably the best way to go to install manually the legacy method that we use it, like we just click on the application by downloading from that principal company vendor, and then we could install it. That's how we could do it. I hope this short lecture is useful for you to better understand about Microsoft Store. Thank you for watching this. Hi there. Installing applications from web, or you could install even applications from your computer disk. So if you do not find any of the applications that you wanted to use it from Microsoft Store, it is very common to you to download from browser and get it, install it. But this is the exception for Windows 11s, because Windows 11s you cannot install outside of applications. You must have to stick to store based applications. But any other Windows 11 operating system, you could do the installation of installing these applications either from a browser by downloading, or you could get it from your disk or USB stick. So in my case, I'm actually trying Firefox browser example. So I'll just hit this Firefox as a download. So I could simply visit this website to download the application. So every time the installation of any of the application is completely different, and it is up to the installation of that application designing. So you don't need to worry on that part, and these steps might be differ. So I'll just click on open the specific application so that it gets installed within a wizard for us. So it is just asking for UAC. This is nothing but the user access control. This is other way to protect, because this application is not verified or not signed by Microsoft. That's why it is asking UAC. If you are sure, you can click on yes, and when you click on yes, it actually starting the installation in the backend, and we could see that. So installation is progressing further, and it just finished the installation and open this Firefox browser. This is how you could actually use the application installation in case if you want to pin it, drag and drop, or if it is not supported, just click on this to pin to start button or taskbar. You could do multiple things so that it can be easy to work on it. For example, I can use pin to taskbar or this, and I can open up the application. But the thing is, whatever the things you are actually installing, it will come under add and remove programs. So if you just use a shortcut key from a command prompt or a run, just type it appwiz.cpl. This is going to open
control panel specific programs and features. This is where it's going to show the installation path or installed application. So in this case, all these applications are coming from external side, and you could see very easily here. In the past lecture, we did install WPS Office, but it is not coming up here as the external application. But Mozilla, we are able to see Mozilla and OneDrive specific and Edge web specific application. All of that are coming. So in case if you don't know how to open, instead of the run FS, you could actually do it by right click on a start button and go to apps and features. This is where you should be able to see all the applications that are just got installed. So in this case, it got installed the Mozilla, and you could do an action for uninstall or reinstall or modify options in case if it is available. So this is other way of opening and working with that. But the control panel option would be the easiest one or legacy one in case if you want to open control panel. Type as a shortcut as a control, and then it just opens this, and you could or choose your category as a small icons. That way it actually shows the legacy application icons, and from here you could simply go to apps, or which are available from programs and features. This is where you could start doing the uninstallation, all of that stuff. But just to let you know, if you install any of the application, it actually also comes from all apps. And you see here Firefox comes under F category, so you could do from here also do the uninstallation, or if you want to know more about where this application got installed, open the file location, and it shows that the shortcut, and just go one more time with the properties and find file location. This actually shows where this application got installed. In this case, it actually installed program files, Mozilla Firefox. So these things are just a standard steps that have shown. Some of them actually it's not the full length, but I try my best to just to show you high level how the applications can be installed and also can be uninstalled. So if you want to uninstall any of the application, there are multiple ways. As I just said, you could directly from here, apps and features here, and simply select that application that you are looking, or you can even search for application called Mozilla and do uninstall, or you could do it from here, or one more time you could right click on your application from all apps or your pinned application, say uninstall, or you could open your control panel, all control panel items and programs and features, select it and click on uninstall. Of course, it is going to prompt some kind of questions, so it all depends what kind of applications it is and what kind of installation steps it's going to ask, or even uninstallation steps. But these are the pretty much standard steps that I'm actually showing you. So click on uninstall, so it's going to uninstall everything, but sometimes the application require a reboot also. So make sure that what is that option you are able to see at the finishing wizard. Based on that you could do it. And if I just do a quick refresh, this is not going, but if I just do a refresh, actually this one, it is going up. So if you want to do a refresh here, use the F5 key as a shortcut. That's gonna refresh this thing. And if you remember, we actually downloaded this application, Mozilla application, as an exe file, and this actually pointed and saved the source of the application to downloads folder. So in case if I want to reinstall the application, I can go back to the downloads folder and I could start doing the installation of that application. So in this case, reinstall, it is coming because the Windows is not rebooted. In case if I reboot it might not come that option. So it all depends how the installation behaving based on the application source that is available. That's how it's going to work. So I hope you learn how to install application from web or hard disk. So if you want to talk about the hard disk installation, this is how you could use the application and click on it to install. For example, there's something called Dustbins application. I want to install it. Just click on yes. It's going to put everything into these places. Here under C column program files x86, under Dustbins it's actually copied all of these files, so that's okay. And once if I want to utilize, I could simply go to the all apps, and I should be able to find here that specific application which we just installed. So this is how you could use the applications. For example, here this is the application, it's got installed and it is working here in the back end. So it all depends on how the application is going to behave here. In case if I don't want, I can simply uninstall the application. I hope I made it very easy for you for installing application or uninstalling application. Thank you for watching this. We'll catch you in the next lecture for printer setup or some other exciting lecture. Hi there. In this short lecture, we will learn about the notifications. So when we wanted to work with the notifications, or if you want to manage the notifications, this is a lecture for you. So notifications are the alerts that will pop up on your screen time to time, and it's going to give you very important information from some of your applications. For example, if you take it a banner notification or some other notifications, are it's basically categorized. So let's say if I have a calendar application and I have a meeting within my calendar, maybe in another couple of hours, then that's gonna come up automatically an alert for me directly here as a notification. You see this little icon which shows about 3 different notifications which are already popped up. Let's say I want to create a notification. Just wanted to show you some kind of meeting. Let's say I want to add quickly a meeting, and I would like to show you the notification, how a banner notification looks like. If you see here, I've just created a calendar alert. In another 2-3 minutes, I will be getting in a notification, right? So this is a notification that we call it as the banner notification. And you see here there is an option called 3 buttons. So this is where I could turn off all the notifications for an application called calendar. So if you really want to do it, you could do it, or you could manage more settings by go to notification settings, or you have an option to snooze it for this application, but it's not supported for every application, of course. But I could go to notification settings and I can work here more about the notifications. So you see here, this is a notification called banners, and this is will show in a notification center the notification. So these are 2 different type of it, and you could hide the content when notifications are on a lock screen so that others cannot see. But in case if you have not taken this button, so all the notifications, even though when you lock it, it will be showing. So that's again a privacy concern. You might have to think about it, whether you want to really show all your notifications in a lock screen or not. And you see here, this talks about the notification in the notification center for the top, or high, or normal way, so that the notifications will come up. So let me open the notification center here. So this is nothing but the entire notifications. For example, for calendar, you could suppress by choosing this, so that all the notifications will be turned off. So if you want to configure more configuration settings, you can always do it directly from here. So this is another notification coming up. And for Microsoft Store, if you want to turn off all the notifications, you could do it. There's something called a global setting for all the applications. Also, you could do it by turning off from here. And you also have something called a focus assistant, priority only. So you could set some kind of priority. Notifications only will be available. So these are all the notification settings that are available. Let's actually open up. For example, I'll just click on this, so that now 3 becomes a 4. You see here, this is the notification center where you have a different notification. So I can see here test meeting. I can scroll down. and I could see Microsoft Store specific. There are 4 notifications within this. If I just click on that, it will show up what all the things we have done at what time. And that's how it's going to work for the notification. I could clear them, or I could manage them by going here. Let's say if I go to the notification place, I have here banner type as well as a sound, meaning if I don't want it, I don't want for calendar to be any kind of play sound, like a ching kind of the sound, then you could turn it off. On or off can be done. And also these notifications can be prioritized based on your notification type. Let's say calendar are very high, so I could put it on above normal priority notifications within the notification center. And I could do even photos, maybe a low priority. I don't want a play sound, so that I can turn it off. So when I turn off the play sound or the sound button, it actually shows here only banner, and for rest of them it is actually banner and sound, banner and sound. And for calendar it's just a banner because we turned off the sound. If I just take it out the sound, I can go back here and I could see very clearly that the banner as well as the sound is coming up. Hi there. In the short lecture we will learn about disabling notifications with Focus Assist. There could be some situations where notifications are popping up on your screen and you can be distracting or disturb, and you need to focus on your work. So this is where the Focus Assist can help you. So you can think of Focus Assist as a do not disturb mode with more options. So let me show you where you have this Focus Assist as a first step. So click on Start button, point to the setting, or right click and go to settings, and then you have under system you have something called Focus Assist. So this is where it will be available, and by default it will be in an off state, and you can think this as a do not disturb mode, which is available on your phones, right? So if you don't want to see any kind of notifications, these are the place that you could work with the Focus Assist. So you could configure a specific timing where you want to only show the high priority notifications only, and rest of them you want to surprise them. So this is possible with Focus Assist. In most of the cases, Focus Assist will be available in Quick Settings panel. And in case if you do not see, you could always click on this edit button for quick settings, and you could add of them directly from here, or you could configure the way you want to. For example, this I wanted to put it into the first place, something like that. You could do it, and we have a dedicated lecture on that, how to work with the Quick Settings panel. And once you have this, you can configure this so that it, as soon as you click on it, it actually changes the switching option. For example, alarms only, or focus, or turned off. All these is actually it is getting changed directly from a Quick Settings panel itself. To understand more about the Focus Assist, which is for priority, what exactly is that, or alarms only, of course when you change it, it is actually getting changed. So to understand more, you should actually learn from system and then Focus Assist. So if you have taken off as the option, meaning all the notifications from your all applications will be visible. That means you are not enabled Focus Assist, or you're not using Focus Assist at all. When you choose priority only, you could actually customize, or you could build your own list of people and applications that only can be shown the notification for you. So if I just click on that, incoming calls, including Vivo IP, wipe calls, or showing reminders regardless of app used. So you could even add your people and applications list here so that the notifications will be shown for this. For example, I could add here Microsoft Teams specific things, or maybe some kind of other applications like Outlook kind of thing, I can show. So this is the apps that you need to build as an end user, and you need to add the contacts for any kind of Skype calling or messaging for other rest of the things. It is the you who's going to make it as a priority list by your own, and this list can be customized. When you choose alarms only, all the application notifications will be hidden except the alarms will be shown up here. Just to summarize, your priority only, alarm only difference. In both the cases, you are actually not suppressing any kind of notification. Instead, you are actually making a little change. So with the alarms only, it will hide all the notifications except the alarms if at all you have configured. So do remember that. Now with the comparison of these two radio buttons, you're not 100% blocking all the notification, but it has a different configuration for each of them. And there's a very useful setting that we can talk about would be show a summary of what I missed when focus assist was on. For example, you might be in a set alarms only and all the notifications were turned off, but you get a summary of what was hidden or what was missed out when actually focus assist was configured. So you get this option. And to identify whether focus assist is turned on or off state, you could actually go back here and see this simple focus assist icon, which is half moon kind of thing. So if you see this, it means it's a turn on state. If you see as a turned off, meaning it's not turned on state. So it all depends on what mode you have enabled. Of course, you have an option to all the time to modify your focus assistant. And coming back to other settings here, if you just scroll down a little bit further, you do have multiple configuration options here which can be turned on or off based on the settings that you wanted to configure. If you take an example, if you're playing in a game and you don't want to get any kind of alarms, or you don't want to see anything on the priority kind of applications only when you're playing a game, or when I'm using an app in a full screen mode only, alarms will be shown up, or for the first hour after the Windows feature update, only priority only. So you have in a multiple configuration, or even during these times it's only the priority. For example, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. between, that's work hours, only priority, and rest of the things you can you don't want to do it. Or you could even explicitly turn off or turn on based on the configuration that you wanted to configure. Hope this short lecture will be helpful in case if you want to configure, or if you're in a situation where you need to block notification, then you can take a minute to get to use the focus assist tab, and you could configure this as a setup, and then you can get all the turn off or block the notification that you don't want to see. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hi there. In this lecture, we will learn about how to manage multiple user accounts on Windows 11. Every user account has its own settings, and that user will store all the files within their home folder. For example, in my case, I have a user account here, and all the files are getting stored under bpapa, and within this, like documents, downloads, and favorites, different settings are different folders are there, and these are individual to the user only. A normal standard user cannot see what was stored on these, including the personalization setting. For example, in my case, I have a nice view with a background which is a customized. But what if I created a new user, and the new user is going to use this computer as a shared computer? Then they will have their own files. For example, if I create a new folder on my desktop, for example, there could be a document file, for example, new document, just for testing purpose. If I just created this document, this is not the case, or this file will not be available for any other standard users. Of course, if a user has admin privileges, they can browse the folder and see the content, but not their personalization settings. But for standard users, even they cannot see the folders also, what kind of files are inside. So in case if you want to create a new user account, there are two ways that can be achieved. For example, if I right click on the start button, I can go to computer management and simply create here. This is a normal method that you normally create with Windows 7 or Windows 10, now even with Windows 11. You can go here and create a new user account, like a new user. In this case, maybe test1 user account I'm just trying to create, in this case with a full name, in this case test user from computer management, which we created, example, and you can change the password, and let's say I wanted to set small password, and this is going to be normal account. If I just say create, it just created a normal account. In case if I log off, and I should be able to log in with a test1 account. So let's try to create from a normal standard method. The method which we have just seen is the advanced method for admins who normally do it. But let's also look at normal method. For example, if I want to create a new account, I would go to the settings and then accounts. You can notice that this account is an administrative account. That means I have a full rights to manage the entire machine, even to do any kind of system level changes, and also I can create a new user accounts also. As you know that there are two different account types that you could create. One would be the administrator account. In this case, this is the administrator account, and other account is a standard account which we just created in the by using computer management MMC, right? So you have the two different account type options that you have. To create a new user account, you can click on family and other users, and you should be able to add here other user accounts. So you could actually create here other user account by clicking on add account, and this is gonna start up a normal widget. So here, if you have already Microsoft account, to log in for that end user, you should be able to give their email ID. Otherwise, if you don't have, I don't have this person as a sign-in information, then click on that and it will give you 2-3 options. One would be the email ID, or you could actually create and add a user without a Microsoft account. So when you create with this, it actually gives you who's going to use this PC with a local account. This is nothing but a standard account. So I'm going to give here test2 as the account name, and also the password. I'm just giving a normal password, and there are a couple of questions it will be asking in order to secure your account in case if you forgot the password to prove who you are properly, right? So for example, I'll just give ABC, and I'll just take ABC and childhood ABC, and then click on next, and now you have here another account. So there are two different accounts that are created. One, we have created the first account from computer management, the other one we created from a local account from as a other type within settings category from accounts. And in case if you're trying to configure your device as a chaos mode, this is where you're going to configure. These are other configuration. In case if you have a family member, you could add their email ID, and you can be supervised, and including the screen time, the application limitation, all of that can be configured with a family member. Like you become as a parent and they become as a child, kind of configuration can be done. That's okay. Now let's test this by logging into the computer. So let me log off this computer first as a first step. So when I restart, I'm able to see here the account that is a normal account which I used to log in from the online. I can enter here pin to login, or I could choose the test2 account or test1 account which we have created. So if I take it any of other account, I can simply press the password. So there could be, since it's the first time, there are a lot of other dialogues and the backend story goes on, like welcoming screen, all of that. Post to that, it just logs in, and you will see the desktop settings. As a first step, it's going to ask you to choose your privacy settings for this device. Let's say you want to do what kind of privacy settings you want to allow them to collect and track by Microsoft. Based on that, you could choose it, and later point it actually comes with the screen very simply with the start button. All of that configuration is ideal, and if you see the screen background wallpaper, this is completely different and the files is different. Of course, not the applications, because the applications got installed with respect to the system. And coming back to other configuration within this multiple user settings, let's say I wanted to open a file explorer and I would like to see what is there on other user. Let's say this is not the online account, that's why it's popping up OneDrive. So I'll just close this because I don't have a online account. And if I just go to this PC and simply to the users, and we have here options for tester account got created with his own home drive, he should be able to open and see all the files that are available within this user profile. But the user cannot access anything from bpavan folder, even though because this user does not have a permissions, or is it just a standard account, not the administrator account, so he or she cannot access the files. So that's how it's gonna work, and these are with respect to the end user configuration. Multi-user concept is really helps for shared computers to secure their files and their personalization settings to store on their user profile, and that's really helpful in terms of sharing the same computer for multiple users. All they have to do is just to switch their accounts, or just sign out and sign in with their actual account name. That way they can helpful. I hope this short lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hi there. In this short lecture we will learn about how to change your password and sign in options that you have. So if you think about how to sign into your computer, I'm pretty sure that you might have already understand about the login experience. For example, this could be the first page, very similar to this with your date and time, and then when you click on somewhere, or when you hit enter key, it actually pops up saying with or the options that you have with the user accounts in the left side in the bottom. And also you can log in with your password or sign in options with a pin code, or maybe a face reader, or could be if you have a fingerprint scanner, you could also log in with your fingerprint or face scan or some other method. And it is important to know how to change your password also, or your pin, in case if you want to do it. So we will discuss on this specific topic in this lecture. For example, I'm able to log in here, the pin code, so I'll just say entering the pin code, and it just logs in, and I'll get the user specific screen. If we want to change our password, we can simply go to start button and click on settings and go to account. So this is where the account specific settings can be modified. In this case, since it's an online account, I should be able to modify my account specific settings by going back to your info. So this is where your info is available, and I must have to do the modifications directly from here, which actually pops up with a new link. So I need to log in here and do the account specific settings can be managed. So this is a part of online service, right? In case if I have a local account, then how would I change? Is very simple. You should go to the accounts and then sign in options. So you will be in accounts and then sign in options. This is where you have other configuration can be modified, such as the password settings or pin or fingerprint recognition. All of that will be available within here in case if you logged in as the local user account. So sign in options points for the local user accounts, and accounts, this is where your info points for the online account specific configuration can be done. This is how you could change your user ID and the user ID specific passwords, or the sign-in experience, pin reconfiguration of fingerprint recognition or facial recognition or security key can be replaced from these settings. Hi there, in this short lecture we will learn about how to change your login account type. Let's say if you see here from start button and settings, and you see this account from account section, you can see this is the account which I logged in as an administrator with online account, right? How would I convert this account to a normal account in case if I change my mind? So that's what we're gonna learn within the short lecture, to change Microsoft account to normal account or normal account to Microsoft account. This video is for you. To configure to normal standalone account from your online account, all you have to do is just click on your info button and simply you choose here sign in with a local account, user account instead. So currently it is actually logging with your Microsoft Online account. Now you can convert your online account so that all the files, for example, whatever the file here, it's on the desktop, all of that stuff will remain same, but you can actually convert to local account. To do that, you can simply click here, sign in with the local account, and then you need to enter the password or maybe pin code to just verify who you are really, just to prove yourself. So I'll be entering password and click on OK. And now you see here it's actually giving me an option to change it. So if you remember, this is the account ID that we have created during the automatically created, not VA. In fact, if you just go to the C colon users, this is the account bpava was created automatically. Let's say I don't want this name, so I can give a proper name, Pavin Kumar example, and see here I can type a passcode like hint welcome example hint and click on next. So it's going to change it, but hang on there is something called this user account is already found. How? If you just think about it, you see here in the backend here Pavin Kumar, which is already account name is published. So I could add up here something like this, or maybe BP Kumar example, then it will take it up. I'll simply click on next. Now it's gonna select it as a BP Kumar, and if I just click on sign out and finish, this is gonna sign out my account and it will show and it will convert this online account to local account. So let's click on sign out. It's going to preparing. The user account is completely changed. I should be able to log in with my user account. In case if I've configured a pin code, it can reuse the same pin code, and you see I'm getting the same screen and I'm able to see all of the files and the screen, and my personalization remains same. In fact, if you look at here the file explorer, all of that files are remain same. Like it is still referring to the old account. I'm able to log in, but it just changed the username, but it was not changed anything to do with the profile or home directory. And furthermore, I have all my files as it is. And very interestingly, if you notice, the OneDrive, this OneDrive is still configured state. It is still in a configured state, and I didn't do anything, right? It's still working with my previous account which we have configured. So you need to think about it in this situation. If you really want to unlink this so that this OneDrive also will go off completely with online account, or you still remains that, so you need to take an action on that. So this is how you can configure from online account to standard account. Now let's have a look on how to convert a standard account to online account. For that, again, open up your settings and go to accounts, and again your info. Here you could see instead of local account, the current account is a local account, right? So instead of that, you should actually change to sign with the Microsoft account. So simply give your account, or you can create a one account if you don't have a Microsoft Online account. So this is a quite same, like let's say you have created Windows 11 installation as a local account and you want to convert that to Microsoft Online account, these are the steps that you need to follow. Simply open up your settings and then go to accounts and your info and just click on this specific button, sign in with Microsoft account. Instead of the local account, you can identify whether it is a local or online account by going into your account information. If you see here something like any kind of an email account, then it could be a Microsoft Online account. So in this case, it's just a local account. I want to convert this to again roll back to my online account. So simply click on this and it's prompting for my authenticator. So if I just go back to my authenticator and press that key, it's gonna upload automatically, and that way I should be able to log in. And the current password of this is the simple password. That's it. Now you see here this converted into online account, right? And now I'm getting an option to convert back to local account in case if I wanted. But these are the options that you have, but you need to understand few things, like switching the type of user account you use for your computer is not a normal everyday task, but you can actually learn more about what Windows is capable of. For example, online account will automatically sync up all your settings, personalization, and you could take the backup, all of that stuff to your cloud services, right? So you have that connectivity option with Microsoft Cloud Services and several applications. And you may find that you want to change your mind, then you have an option to convert back to the sign-in option to the normal local account. That way you could change it. I hope this short lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. I'll catch you in the next lecture. Hi there. In this short lecture, we will learn about how to use Windows search options. You see here, this is small magnifier glass kind of thing, is nothing but the search. You also have the search option everywhere here, for example, or if you go to any documents or pictures or your OneDrive or your C drive, you have a search option here, right here, right? So this is where you could use a search option. Let's try to dig more into understanding about search, how this works, and where we have a lot other configuration. So that being said, if you do not see this button, first of all, the search button, what you could do is you could actually go to settings under personalization, and if you just scroll down a little, you have an option for the taskbar, and just click on taskbar. You have here on off for the search button. So it just indicates that pinning purpose only. If you don't want, you could always unpin this from here, or it can be a quick one. So most of the people will keep it this because this is very quick to search and very useful too. So now you know where to turn off, turn on for taskbar specific setting, but this will not stop what you are looking. You could search. If you turn off also, you could actually search from here or anywhere within that window from a quick access for your search, right? So now let's begin by trying to understand more about the search button. So when you try to hit this button by opening with the left button, you get the options. Like you could actually search a couple of things. For example, this only for applications. And if you search this, this is for only documents. This is over the internet. So you have an option to segregate what you wanted to filter the results. If you want more of them, you would actually go here. For example, you have a filter for emails. You would check only email conversation or pupil conversation or photos, settings, videos, and also some other options that you have here to get the faster results for your search. Actually depends on these indexing options as well as the search settings. So if I just go to the search settings, which actually comes here, these are the internet-based search settings, but you could have control on that also for non-relative videos or images. Could be strictly block them, the text, all of that stuff. And this is for search permissions. Now if I just come back here one more time with the other options within this, for example, indexing option. So if I just click on indexing option, this actually takes to the privacy settings, and privacy and security. Within this you have a search permissions or search in windows. So this is where you have indexing options. You see here few files are indexed so that it can quickly find out 114 files. And if you, it might be a different number for your PC, but you could actually configure here. If you and also when you search, you have a few folders as added as a excluding. For example, the temporary folders and also the Windows folder. If you do not want, you could actually exclude them here, or if you want to include them, for example Windows folder kind of thing, you could always remove from here so that it actually removes. And coming back to the indexing options, you could do further indexing options from here, but in general these are very important and a configuration with respect to the search settings. That being said, let's try to search for a few files. For example, I'm searching for USA. So now you see here there's a file best match called USA document, which is available on C users OneDrive. Also, this can find out the text inside of the files also if it got indexed. And there are some other best suggested keywords which are coming from a web, like USA, see the web results, or USA time, or some settings that consist of USA word. For example, uses consist of USA. So like that, you have a multiple settings like a storage uses on other drives. So you have a best options. In case if you just want the filter for only web, you have like these, and the holidays kind of thing. So if you just filter with the documents, you have these words within the USA. For example, within these file set3 file, there's a word called USA. That's why it is actually listing. So you have, these are the options which are available for searching in the easiest way. And in case if you want to search, you have an option here to search directly by going to any of the window, and you can find out the files that you wanted. For example, in my case, like I want all the JPG files, so I'll simply hit here JPG, and then it might list by taking some time because it's a huge disk. It will search. And if you want to narrow down further level of the file system only, give asterisk that consists of anything. Asterisk stands for, and if you put a dot, that's a file extension type. So that way you get more files with explicitly to JPG format. And if you want to give one more star after JPG or whatever that JPEG format, it actually filters and you get the results. Let's say if I want to go to the pictures, for example, these all are the different files. So I'll just give here .jpg. Automatically it should actually show up those files. For example, star.jpg and jpg. So I'll just hit enter. So all of these files are coming up with the extensions that consist of jp and star, that is JPG or JPEG. So it all depends on the file type that I have here. So this is how you could actually search with the Windows 11. And Windows 11 search is really improved and it's robust, and I'm pretty sure that you could search everything, not just your computer, outside your computer also. For example, if I want to change some kind of settings, so I'll just choose here settings, and if I do not find here some kind of a specific setting that I'm looking, I'll simply go here and type maybe resolution, example, or reset this PC. These are coming directly, and I could filter here more with the settings. So I can see here these settings, for example, screen saver or change screensaver. So all these are the details that are coming up directly from settings. So that's how you could filter with a column, or if you want to filter with the apps or files, you could always do that directly from here. For example, if I put this screen for application, the best matching word would be a spinning tool. That's an app which can capture the screens, right? So that's how you could look into the apps or look into the web-based results, or even for other applications or like a photos or settings videos, you could easily find out, and you could also configure your settings directly from search settings or indexing options. I hope this short lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. We'll catch you in the next lecture. Hi there. In this short lecture, we will learn about how to use your voice commands and control or use a software called Cortana. A Cortana is an artificially intelligent, voice-based application that can help you out, open up some applications, or you can work with a Cortana. So Cortana is by default, it used to be there with the Windows 10 in the taskbar. Now it's not there. So if you see this little search icon, this is a different than Cortana. So if you want to use a Cortana, you can click on Start button, go to All Applications, and look for Alphabetic Applications. Under C, you have a Cortana. So you can pin this to Start button, or you could even pin to your taskbar so that this comes. So there's a difference between Search and also Cortana icon. Now, let's say if I am trying to use it for the first time, I'll simply click on Cortana and it might prompt me. If I first time using it, might be prompting like this to sign in for a better experience with my Microsoft Online account. So I can simply click on sign in. That's gonna ask to enter my online account. So in my case, I've already configured my account on this computer. That's why it is just prompting to use this account. I can click on continue to use this. And definitely Cortana needs some kind of access for your personal information so that it can work better with Microsoft data center or Microsoft services that can offer for you. So you can accept and continue so that it will be available for you. Now I should be able to find out by asking some kind of questions by using either typing here commands, or I should be able to use or I can speak to Cortana to get more commands, or I can work with Cortana by speaking here. So all I have to do is I have to just simply click on this Cortana. Hi, what's the weather in California? You see here, what's the time in Tokyo? What's the current weather in California? We can also open the applications by tapping here, open Microsoft Edge.
I'll open Microsoft Edge.
Open Microsoft Word.
Which Microsoft Word?
So the first one. So
open Microsoft To Do.
So in this case, if you see here, Microsoft Word is not there, but it was listed a couple of things, and I've chosen the first one, and based on the order, automatically artificial intelligence was used here to open up that Microsoft to-do list. So in fact here there's no Word, that's why it was not showing. That's other way of doing. So let's say if I want to open Office, I can open Office.
Okay, I'll open Office.
So you see here, this is where the application called Office is available. Within this, I have a free version of Office. I can work on it. So this is very useful and easy to work with voice-based interface. In fact, the long-term goal for any kind of operating system is to interact with voice-based. Nobody wants to work basically typing keys and all of that stuff, because more you interact with the artificial intelligence systems, that gives you more and more value, and the end goal of the operating system would be to use voice interface, not as a graphical interface. So all you need is a voice interface. That's the ultimate goal, and we're just beginning a dream of using voice-based operating system or voice-based applications for now. I could even give it a try to schedule a kind of appointment with the dentist. Let's give it a try on that. Schedule a dentist appointment for tomorrow at 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. Yes, please.
Great.
So if you see,
you have daily post-lunch catch-up at the same time.
See, if it's a conflict, it is also showing that, because I made it from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. In between there is another schedule also there at 2 to 2:30 p.m. for daily post-lunch catch-up call, and there is no conflict, and it is actually saying that conflicting information also. This is how you could use Cortana for multi-purpose. We can treat this also your personal assistants in some point of time.
The interesting thing would be whatever we have communicated here will be shown here as a history, as a communication history, and you could actually reuse that any point of time, or you could close this and reopen that, and still it remains that previous conversation that we talk. There are more settings that you should be able to look into it. For example, the three dots which talks about settings. This is where you have a sign out option. You could sign out, but I don't want to do it because I wanted to sign in with Microsoft Online account. And you could take microphone specific activation and voice activation specific configuration. You could do it. Even the privacy is very important here. If you just go here, the chat history, you could clear the conversation that you made of, and you could contribute some of the voice clips to Microsoft so that they use your language and they understand more and they develop their voice interface as a great contribution to Microsoft voice-based operating systems. And these are some of the privacy specific settings. And if you think about maybe a Google based Hey Google, which works as an automated, it automatically responds, and even Alexa responds. Alexa, you do this, that, it actually responds, right? Similar things you could do it with Cortana also by saying Hey Cortana. For that voice activation, you need to configure in the privacy settings. To do that, just click on again these three dots, go to the settings and voice activation, and you see here the voice activation privacy settings are still pending, right? So this is not a turned on. If you just click here, or if you just go to settings from privacy and security, voice activation, so you could turn on for Cortana. So you can simply turn on. That way the privacy settings were turned on, and you get this green checkbox with the tick mark, all required permissions are turned on. Now I should be able to even not to open the application, I could able to say anything that I want to do, and I can say like hey Cortana, what's the current weather in London?
Right now, it's cloudy and 52 in London, England. The forecast shows light rain with a high of 61 and a.
So this is how it's going to work by responding to your voice commands. Sometimes it will be a question for ourselves that what kind of actions can be performed with Cortana. If you still don't know, you could actually ask Cortana and learn from there. Let's say, hey Cortana, what can you do?
Answers, I can help. Say Edge to start a search.
So something like that you could actually learn from on it, and based on the help, all of that, it actually helps you. So it's like experimenting some kind of voice commands with Cortana. For example, I can say, hey Cortana, set a reminder to send a email maybe tomorrow at 9 a.m.
I'll remind you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
So this is how it's gonna work, and you can just experiment based on the voice commands, and for sure it will help you and it will evolve lot, and this is going to be the future operating system itself. But for now it's just an application at this point of time. Thank you for watching this. We'll catch you in the next lecture. Hi there. In the short lecture, we will learn about how to take a backup of your Windows 11 computer. Yes, it is possible one or other day your computer may be broken or lost. So what happens to your data? You're not ready to lose any of the data or the files, really, right? Because those are very critical files, and you should be able to take a backup of those files. So to protect against such kind of unexpected events, you should be able to configure your backup, which gives you an extra copy of your stored files in other location. The first thing, let's identify what you need to take the backup. So if I open up Windows Explorer, you could see here the most important point would be from a C drive, this PC, and C drive from users folder. Any of the user account that is part of this computer will have all the files will be created within this folder, user profile. This is sometimes we call it as a home folder for the user, or user profile folder, right? So let's say if I have a two user account like a test2 and the bpower, and then two are different
folders and the users are storing their files with respect to their user profile. For example, on this computer, if you see here, all these files has been actually getting backed up to OneDrive. That's why you have your desktop icon, and some of the couple of files are also stored on the desktop. If you see here, I have the shortcut, this important file, all of the stuff is actually getting copied into user profile. So I need to take a backup of my user profile information, right? But a good and interesting thing would be if you configure Microsoft Online account with the OneDrive, and OneDrive, this little cloud icon, or if you just go here, it might be here. So if I just go to this cloud icon and go to the settings, this is where it has a backup folder, you see here. So what happens to the backup is it is automatically taking the folders as a backup, like your desktop, your documents and pictures are getting automatically backed up to OneDrive, meaning it is actually storing every possible information to Microsoft Cloud Services, and there's no point of you're losing your data. But in any case, if you want to stop for some kind of compliance reasons or some other reason, you could always stop the backup, and then you need to maintain your own those files as a taking a backup. This is where it comes into the picture. And also you could actually, if you see here, automatically save photos and videos on OneDrive when I connect camera, phone or anything. So this is also another way of taking backup, and automatically your screenshots also, whatever you're getting captured, will be backed up to your OneDrive. So this is where the backup configuration available for OneDrive. Now let's also talk about how to take a backup. So I could, for example, if I don't have, for test2 account example, this is account that's a local account, so I want to take a backup. So what I'll do is I'll select what are the folders that I need to take it up as a backup. For example, in this case, pictures and desktop and documents, I'll simply copy them here, and I would put it into another drive by connecting another USB drive, and think that if I have another drive, I simply create a folder with a date. For example, if today is simply give a date here, for example, and simply paste in those files so that the backup gets backed up. This is a manual method what you can do it. So it is actually secured, and it will be in an additional drive in case if you grab the Windows drive also, you'll have a backup in another drive, like in a USB or maybe external drive. And by the way, if you look at additional USB based external hard disk, these days they also have a backup mechanism. As soon as you connect it, the folders gets automatically copied to your external hard disk. So these kind of mechanism is already available nowadays. So think I mean, these are just a couple of options that you have to take it manually. As an end user, you should be concentrating how to take your backup, and you must have to save them in some other solution, some other elsewhere, so that extra copy will secure you in case if something goes happen to your computer. That's all about the backup, but most of you try to take the backup with the help of OneDrive and try to save within these folders. That way it will really helps within your documents or desktop. That's where pictures. This is where you should be able to save your files. Thank you for watching this. We'll catch you in the next lecture.